Well, good morning and welcome to the 80th Bi-County Livestock Show, to the goat and lamb portion. We are going to have Jada Clay sing the national anthem to get us started.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Will you please also join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Now will you please bow your heads? Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you and ask for health and safety over all the exhibitors, their families, agents, ag teachers, stock show board, volunteers, our communities, and the livestock. We thank you for this opportunity to do what we love. Amen.
Like I said, good morning again, and I'm excited for a great weekend that we have ahead of us. And to start us off with the Lamb Division, I want to recognize our judge today, Mr. Lane Hale. Lane was born and raised in Ozona, Texas. He attended South Plains College, graduated from Texas Tech, where in 2015 he was part of the national champion livestock judging team. He now lives in Bryce, Texas. He's a field manager at Lindley Farms, where they grow cotton peanuts and raise cattle. His family consists of his wife, Courtney, daughters, Hattie and Holland, and they operate Hale Show Stock. Please put your hands together for Mr. Lane Hale. Real quick, for you guys that have family at home and would like to stream this show, we have a group of people who have put a lot of hard work into putting a stream together on this. You can find the link on Facebook, or you can go on YouTube under the Bi-County Livestock Show. Starting us off in Class 1 in our fine wool class, we have Sky Hartman and Jalen Miller.
First and foremost, really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I was telling some guys earlier, I don't, just time restrictions don't allow me the chance to come sort shows as often as I would like, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be here. We sit back, we're going to leave them in order from right to left. Young man will be your champion final here, and I think for a lot of reasons. I go back to growing up in Ozona. We showed a whole lot of fine wool sheep, and were allowed to be around them pretty much my whole childhood, and boy, that breed has come a long way, and I'm really excited. I think both of these are very, very nice examples of that breed. I think the sheep that starts us off, it really excels. Just when he's stuck, I really like just the width of his pin set, the shape of his hip. He's long hipped, he's correct in his upper dock. I think that sheep still patterns up in profiles, running uphill. His neck comes out of his blade where it should. His chest is still up in him. Only thing, if I get just a shot picky on that one, maybe when he gets out and moves, although I think he's super flexible and plenty athletic, maybe it goes just a shot too far, because he does get just a little bit off right behind his blade there before the center portion of his spine. If we can fix him there, I think that one is next level kind of good. Let's go hunt with him at a big show. I still think that sheep is very, very nice. Representative to be your champion final. The young ladies here is certainly no slouch, and I actually think that one probably corrects the faults that maybe your winner brings forth. I think he's a shot stronger there behind his chine bone. He is very, very big and fresh over his loin edge too. I think that's certainly an advantage. You know, he's probably fresher and better and square there at the edge of his loin than a lot of blackface sheep we see nowadays. So really, really impressed with that one there. I think we get comparative between him and our winner. He doesn't have quite as much length or extension or get up and go. We study him from the 3/4 or the rear view. He's not as opened up there from hooks to pins. He's not as wide in his upper dock or across the seam of his stifle. I think both of those sheep are spot on as far as finish. They're good skin, they handle fresh. Really nice pair of them to represent that particular breed and get our show started off in a nice way.
So in Class 1 of the Fine Wools, in first place, Jalen Miller, and second place, Sky Hartman. That will also be your breed and reserve breed champion. Coming out to now in Class 2 is the Fine Wool Crosses. As you guys sit there today, I just want to thank everybody for being here, but also this show would not be possible without our sponsors. So make sure you pay attention to the TV up there, and for you guys that are going to be here Saturday, these sponsors that are on the back of the gates back here are your top sponsors. So it would be an honor to be up there, and make sure your name is up there next year. In Class 2, you have Clayton Peavy and Preston Ralston.
Well, I promise I'm not just being lazy and leaving them like they come in, but we're going to do it again. The young man here to my right will be first, and the young man to my left will be second. And this pair to me, I think, probably is a little bit closer than what one might think just based on first impression as they walk in. I think the young man's weather here, once we really break him down and study him, holds the advantage in terms of just natural turn to the upper portion of his rib cage. I think we get him out and travel him. That one's more correct in the way that he manages his spine on the move, specifically behind his shoulder and out the backside of his hip. I think it's significantly leveler there. And really, when you get your hands on him, he's got a big, square, stand-up rack shape. Really meets your hand nice in that regard. I think we get nitpicky on him. I will note that, that one's not just super fuzzed up. Like some that we might see or see as we travel, but by no means would I ever call that one frail. He's plenty big-footed, he's got plenty of forearm in him, just not just super puffy-legged, and that's okay. When we get behind him, I wish he's bigger-hipped, I wish he was bigger-butted. That's where the one comes in second. I think the ewe-lamb, young man's there is one that is naturally wider there in his pin set. I think she carries more true, genuine muscle tone through the seam of her stifle. I think she's a little more rugged in her build and probably handles wider there over the edge of her loin. The problem is when I get back and really study the way that she's assembled, I think that one's just a shot lower in her neck set. She's higher in her chine bone, drops down from there, wants to cut up in her flank and drop down in her pin bone just a shot as well. If we could just kind of rearrange the way that her bones and skeleton really assemble into a more aesthetically pleasing package, I think we definitely probably have a different placing here. For me, I use the one that I think is more correct in their top line carriage, rib shape, and rack shape. Good job to you two as we move on to our second class of fine wool crosses.
Congratulations on our fine wool cross class 2. In first place, Preston Ralston. In second place, Clayton Peavy. Next in the ring, you'll have your second class of fine wool crosses. In class number 3, you'll have Rayleigh Hartman, Ella Clay, and Jalen Miller. Well, for you guys that have been to the Pig Show, one of my favorite events is all the parents and everybody says, man, if they could just do this better or this. Well, now is your chance to come sign somebody up for a mere $5 and have them show in the adult showmanship for the lamb and goat division. So make sure you come over to this table and sign somebody up for that $5.
really fun class here of crosses that we get to sit back and evaluate here in our middleweights. A young man here to my right, I think, is going to go ahead and start us off. And pretty quick to me, probably my favorite view of that particular animal is right when she comes into the ring. Part of that's training, but a lot of that's the way that she is. She's tall-fronted, super athletic in her angles, really gets out and goes, really got a lot of presence and design in that ewe lamb, and I think it's the same when she's stuck as far as just running uphill. Her neck comes out right, she's shallow, she's really good bodied, she's correct in her lines, and handles just as fresh as a daisy. I mean, it's going to be hard to find one much fresher than that. Great skin, big loin, spot on for condition. Really, really nice ewe. Not overly muscular, but has more than enough. Great looking, super high quality one. And I think the one here in second has got a ton of merit. That ewe lamb, you study her from her chest back into her body. She's got enough width. Her forearms plenty big. She's got enough boldness to her rib cage. She probably has just a shot more stand-up, square rack shape working behind her chine bone than the one that went ahead and won. The difference for me, she's not quite as tight-skinned and super fresh to the touch. And we back off. She's just not quite as put together, as elite in her look, as far as just being super rocket neck, shallow, super tricked out from the side. But I do think she's a balanced, proportional, very nice kind of animal that we should be proud of. I think that's good livestock. Really nice sheep there. The one that rounds us out is kind of the oddball for me, because when he comes in, really probably the most rugged as far as genuine foot and bone size go. Probably got the most natural just grow there as far as his feeding pattern. He's big pinned and probably got as much natural performance as anything. I think he's spot on or dang close to being right there over his forerib. Just outside looking in, I'd like to make him just a shot more attractive in the way that he ties his skeleton together. Maybe make him a shot fresher in terms of his muscle texture as well. Really nice class though, lots of differences, very fun to discuss. I like the way that our show's progressing so far.
Congratulations to class number 2 of the Fine Wool Crosses. In first place, you have Jalen Miller. In second place, you have Rayleigh Hartman. And in third place, Ella Clay. Coming to the ring will be your third and final class of the Fine Wool Crosses. You will have Jackson Hokinson and Maggie Hartman. If you would like a shiny sticker to add to your show box, they are for sale over at the table right here. You can buy them for $2. If you were in first place in the Fine Wool Cross, please make sure you have your lambs ready. You'll come back for the grand drive. In second place, please be on standby.
Heavy crosses don't let up. I think we've got one that comes out and really demands your attention, much like the ewe lamb that won the last class. And then we've got a second of the young ladies here that is just good market type livestock. The one that wins is a sheep that probably I like the best when he's propped up. That sheep's very, very proportional in the way that he's put together. Neck length, shoulder length, chest floor to chine bone all match. His body shape is good. His underline is very good. Sheep's very presented very well as far as just rack shape. He's right over his rib. His loin is fresh. He's not the widest, squarest, flattest loined one in the world, but what he does have is very fresh, meets your hand very well. He's clipped out, he's dialed in, very nice sheep. I think it'd be fun to watch him come back here in our champion drive. Might at times when we see him out on the move and see him, maybe he's just a shot lower there in his front end, maybe drops off in his hip just a shot. I think if we could elevate him there at the top of his shoulder, yank his dock up just a shot, that one gets really, really tough to beat. That's a very high quality proportional sheep that has a ton of merit. The one that comes in second, if we're talking just pounds of retail product, hey, let's take him to the kill plant, let's see what we got. That sheep's as good as any of them. That sheep's wide underneath, he's wide bodied, he's big rack, he's plenty thick-ended, very muscular, very good type market livestock. I think when we lead him in the show ring, for me, that one is just a little lower and shorter in his neck set. He's a little deeper through his front end. He doesn't tie his top line in quite as smooth. He's not as fresh and good skinned either. Might like to tone him back on his forerib just a shot as well. But I just want to make sure that we recognize that animal in particular has just got a ton of merit as far as just the real world type of production livestock and merchandisable red meat product. Good job to you guys. The cross drive is going to be a pretty neat one to evaluate.
Congratulations to our Class 3 fine wool. We have in first place Jackson Hokinson and in second place Maggie Hartman. We will now move on to your breed champion on the fine wool. You will have Preston Ralston, Jalen Miller, and Jackson Hokinson. Second place, please be ready.
Boy, a really neat deal. Not a ton of crosses, but I tell you what, the top end is very, very good. I think the lightweight started off nice with the sheep. It's correct in his body shape. His rack shape is exceptional. Super, super big rack. That sheep's dead level. He's correct in his length of body. Nice, productive type sheep. We talked about that one not being super big hipped or thick-ended, maybe not super fuzzed up, but as far as just body shape, composition, rack dimension, that one's certainly there. The young man's ewe lamb was, I think presence was the key word on her. She comes in, she's real trotty moving, neck, shoulder, chest, lines, super dialed in as far as the way she handles. She's right in her rack, she's right over her rib. Loin is absolutely giant, big, fresh, square loin edge. Her hip's not perfect. I don't know that any of them are, but boy, where that one's elite from the side, elite in her lines, elite in athleticism. Boy, that's the kind I like. The one that's in second, or excuse me, the third class here, is one that's just so solid. That one, once again, just good job presentation-wise to you, young man, and your family. Legs are clipped awesome. Hide is in perfect shape. He's fresh. He's well cared for. Really nice job getting that one dialed in, ready to go to the show. I think that sheep, when he's stuck, is when I appreciate him the most. I think he gathers up, he proportions out. I don't know that that one's just crazy shallow, tricked out, right home about from the side, but he proportions in such a respectable manner that I definitely like that sheep, and I think he's in contention. We studied him on the move. I don't know that he's any wider based than the one that's directly ahead of him here. I don't know that he's any rounder, more radical in his rib shape or taller at the top side of his shoulder. That's being really critical on one that I would actually call pretty complete. So just a nice, solid, middle of the road, compositionally correct, very complete type fine wheel cross there that definitely has a bright future as we take him down the road. I don't know where he'll take him. I know where I'd take him, but I think that's a really, really nice project. It certainly has a future ahead of him and should be very, very respected in the show ring today. Good job. We're going to use the middleweight for champion. The heavyweight will be reserved.
Congratulations. On breed champion for the fine wheel cross, you have Jalen Miller, and for reserve breed champion, Jackson Hokinson. As we get this show going, you must let Shelby know which animal you are selling by 2 p.m. on Friday for the sale on Saturday. So make sure you get with her and let her know which animal you would like in. You can also let her know if you would like to do add-ons, and you can do that in the office. So we're going to start out our first class, the Southdowns. You'll have Ansley Ledbetter and Maggie Hartman.
First class of Southdown's here. Young lady on my right will be first, and I think just muscle. Just kind of keep it simple. I think that sheep is the widest there through the base of his chest, his forearm, the width through his rib cage, the amount of mass that he's working down the top side of his skeleton. I still think he proportions that one for me, and it's kind of a catch-22. We're talking about lightweight Southdowns, and I think that is a nice animal, but maybe could still tuck him up in his chest and alter him there at the base of his shoulder just a shot to give him a little sleeker image. But I still think that's a meat and potatoes, wide made, stout enough, heavy muscled Southdown to go ahead and start us off. I think the young lady's UM here holds a definite advantage in terms of just length of body, length of grow pattern. That one's very feminine. She's smoother in her shoulder. She's longer body. She's probably naturally just a shot more angular when we get them out and travel them. Problem is when I get on either end of her skeleton, I think you notice a significant difference in terms of just daylight underneath, not quite white enough, not quite as bold in her rib cage. Might like to soften her there in her flank just a shot. It's a nice pair of lightweight Southdowns. Look forward to our middleweights.
Congratulations to our first class of Southdowns. In first place, you have Maggie Hartman, and in second place, Ansley Ledbetter. For our second class of Southdowns, we'll have Janae Hokinson and Colton Thrall. We don't have anybody signed up for this adult showmanship, so make sure you come up here and sign up. It goes towards a great cause of the scholarships, and you also get to see people who don't know what they're doing try and make it look like they do know what they're doing.
You know, my wife and I deal in some Southdowns at home and really get excited about an awfully good one, and I think the young lady here has one. That sheep is a pretty neat one that comes out just wide, square on his corners. He's correct in his angles. He travels super sound. Get up, go. That's the first time right there that he's actually decided to be a show sheep and kind of drive into her. That's a good looking, good made, square built, compositionally correct, really big loin, thick-ended one. Very nice sheep. Like that one a lot. The young man's got one that's got more natural grow in him. I think that one's probably, as we say, terminal in weight. Not that he's probably ready to go to town right now, but as we talk about just harvestable weight, that one's composition is right. That one's maturity is right. He's easy growing, easy feeding kind of sheep. I think when we talk about just stoutness of foot, forearm, width of chest, boldness to the base of their rib cage, length and levelness of hip is where I would probably alter him compared to our winner. But I still think that's a long-bodied, easy-growing, very just productive type livestock to represent the breed in our class of middleweights here.
Congratulations on your Class 2 of Southdowns. You have Janae Hokinson, and in 2 you have Colton Thrall. For Class 3, we have 1 exhibitor for Southdowns, that's Rayleigh Hartman, so make sure for the 2 previous classes that you're ready to come back for breed, and all exhibitors need to be ready.
Big Southdown here, sheep that's just comes out, I think just the one word descriptions, wide, big body, big top, square loin, thick ended, yet a sheep that weighs what he does, still really runs uphill. Sheep's still made right. I will say I'd like to dial him back in his forerib. He's a little fat for me, but I think he doesn't look as fat as he probably really is. He still gives us a pretty clean outline, nice image from the side as far as just neck, height of shoulder, levelness of top. He's dimensional and fresh to the touch. It'll be fun to bring him back out for a Champion Southdown drive.
Your heavyweight class winner is Rayleigh Hartman. We're now going to do our breed and reserve breed champions. You'll have back in the ring Maggie Hartman, Janae Hokinson, and Rayleigh Hartman.
Well, I try to give you just an accurate viewpoint of the thought process that's going through my head. I think there's one out here that hit me really hard in class that is kind of a clear winner for me. Just to be honest, I think a very, very high quality sheep then I think you've got some real competition for reserve, and it's the reason that it's hard is because they're completely different. I think you've got one that's a sheep that's more compositionally correct, probably holds the advantage in youthfulness, versus a sheep that is just super, super powerful and muscular and still runs uphill, but is probably past my limits at least as far as just being a nickel too chubby just by industry standards or me alone. That's what makes it difficult. So you've got to say, well, hey, are we going to keep this real world, or hey, are we going to try and just use what we think is the best ones as far as quality here standing in the show ring today. And I think that's probably the side that I'm always going to land on. I think we're going to recognize the real world and keep that a factor. But at the end, I want the best ones to be our champions and reserves. In my mind, your middleweight will be your champion, and your third class will be reserve.
Congratulations to your Southdown champion of Janae Hokinson, and reserve breed is Rayleigh Hartman. Next to the ring, we have one class of Dorpers. That will be Erica Manus, Cassidy Davis, and Stormy Manus.
Young lady here with the solid white Dorper who's going to go ahead and be our breed champion. I think a sheep for me, things we've talked about today is just how correct they are in their spine, the width through the base of their chest, their forearm, their hip shape, and I think that sheep wins in all of those regards for me. I will say that he's the most stand-up in his rack shape, the most correct in his spine carriage. He's not just the fastest growing, latest maturing, heaviest weight thing in the world, but I think that sheep is the most correct, most complete representative here. The one that counters him is in second. I think that one's got a shot more stretch from flank to flank, probably a heavier end point. Sheep that's got comparative in terms of muscle. I thought when we got him out and traveled him, that one was just a little more roller coaster in his top line. He's not as organized from the profile either. Really, really similar sheep. I told the young ladies, the ones in second and third, really two peas in a pod. I think the one in second has got just a shot more dimension from behind and a little bit more touch and tone down the top side of his skeleton. I think the one that's here in second is just a shot better in his spine on the move. But at the same time, it's just a shot shorter body, a little flatter rib, maybe not quite as attractive in his hind leg in the way that he's put in motion. Really nice set of sheep. Let's give these kids a hand.
Congratulations, your breed champion, Dorper, will be Cassidy Davis, and reserve breed champion will be Stormy Manus. We're now going to start class 1 of the other medium wool. You'll have Chloe Davis and Cole Davis. There's a group of individuals I'd like to recognize here. They put a lot of hard work in behind the scenes and hard work during the show. And not only are they students, most of them are athletes, but they are also a part of the Junior Livestock Board. If you see somebody wearing a black polo, please make sure you shake their hand and tell them thank you. That is Ellie Besner, Kirsten Besner, Kirsten Faust, Blair Dahl, Haley Nicholson, Georgia Besner, Courtney Deason, Maggie Meeks, and Braylee Heiser.
First class of blacks here. Muscle's not the issue. I think both of these sheep are super grooved up, rock hard to the touch, lean, high cut ability. Throw the book at them as far as muscle terms and adjectives go. I think probably for me, both sheep, I don't know genetically where they lie, but don't know that either one of them is going to be just a giant. Might like to see just a little more grow out of them. I think for me the difference is the young man's here on my right is built just a little more angular in his shoulder and knee. He's just a shot better in his spine, in the angle to his rear hock and pastern. The young lady's ewe lamb here, she said her name was Daisy, kind of got an interesting ear there. That one is a little more radical in her body shape. At the same time though, I thought that one's skeleton was just a little bit straighter probably than what I'm comfortable with. At the same time though, I think two sheep that are similar from a muscle perspective, we'll use the one with just a little better angles over the other. Good job to you guys.
Your Class 1 winner of other medium wool will be Cole Davis, followed by Chloe Davis. We'll have Class 2 in the ring now of other medium wool. You're going to have Coy Davis, Rayleigh Hartman, and Clayton Peavy. Again, these sponsors that come across the TV, make sure you acknowledge that and realize that this show could not happen without that. And these top buyers that are on the back, you need your name on that banner, and probably need it 2 times. So make sure you come out on Saturday and support that and get these kids rewarded for all the hard work they've put in.
Start with the young lady here closest to me, I guess the only young lady I think sheep, this class is a little bit tougher to sit back, and it takes a little more time to process and evaluate just strengths and weaknesses that each project brings forth. I think the one for me, probably a sheep that's the showiest in its design, if you will. I think he gives the smoothest image from the side, there at the base of his shoulder, cleanliness at the front side of his breastplate, squareness right there over his rack, levelness out of his hip. I think for me, probably the catch-up on that one is, you know, he's just a shot flatter in his forerib than what I'd consider ideal. I think some of that comes with maturity, some of it comes with some extra flesh. I think we need to maybe see him a shot rounder in his body, softer back through his rear rib and flank, maybe see him level up and loosen up when we get out on the go. Young man's got one here that's in second that is built more productive there through his midsection, specifically the top and bottom of his forerib. I think a sheep that is just as wide as the one that went ahead and won. He's just as big-footed as the one that went ahead and won. I thought, for me, I just thought that sheep was a little bit plainer in the way that he was assembled. He's just a little lower and plainer in his neck set. His breastplate's a little forward in him. He's rounder and bolder there at the base of his shoulder. He's not as attractive in the shape of his upper hip and lower leg. Young lady's got big growing, late maturing, kind of sheep that could get to a really heavy weight if we keep him on feed and keep pushing him. Sheep's got some foot, he's got some length of body. He's the leanest one of the three that we've got here today, and certainly does have some muscle shape down his top. I thought on that one, when he comes in, just isn't as organized in the way that he's designed from a skeletal or an aesthetic perspective, specifically there at the base of his shoulder and the steepness out of his hip. But if we could level that one up, maybe put a little flesh on him, soften him up, it's a whole different ball game. To me, just a little bit piecier and a little bit rawer in his design. Good job to you guys. I like the black show so far.
Your Class 2 other medium wool winner will be Rayleigh Hartman. In second place, Coy Davis. And in third, Clayton Peavy. Next in the ring, we'll have our third class of other medium wool. You'll have Ansley Ledbetter, Sky Hartman, and Cassidy Davis. Again, by Friday at 2 p.m., you need to let Shelby know which animal you would like to have in the sale. By 2 p.m., let Shelby know, please.
start with this young lady's kind of smoky colored one here. I think that sheep wins pretty quick for me. Weather's easily the boldest and roundest in his rib cage. He's the most correct in his underline progression for me. Big top, really fresh ended. Sheep that's got a ton of bulge there through his lower leg and stifle. Not perfect. Reed's just a little thicker and more mature there in his head and neck for my taste. Maybe could be a little better in his hind leg angle or posture, if you will, when we get him out going. Just a little extra set there, but I think sheep that just parked and stuck, good enough in his chest, really round body, big rack, good skin, super fresh, nice place to start. The sheep here in second counters our winner by being a shot bigger naturally there from hooks to pins. I think that sheep's got a big stand-up rack shape. He's lean and expressive and very high cutability and does run uphill. I think at the same time that one gets just a shot tight down there at the base of his rib, specifically there at his heart. He's not as good in the way that his neck comes off of his shoulder. He's a little pinched over his dock. He's not as just stout and thick and bulgy there in the seat of his pants either. The young lady's got a third place sheep here that's got as much foot and bone as any of them and reads with as much chest width as any of them. Sheep just gets a shot flatter there in his rib cage for me. Cuts off in his flank, gets off in his hip. Like to change all of those things, but still I think a sheep as far as length of body, athleticism and angles and grow perspective certainly fits the bill. Good job to you ladies, and look forward to the next class.
Congratulations, your Class 3 other medium wool winner will be Sky Hartman. In second place, Cassidy Davis, and in third, Ansley Ledbetter. For the adult showmanship, make sure you get over here, pay $5 on somebody you'd like to see on a goat or a lamb. If your name is on that list, you can come and also get your name off that list with $10. But beware, probably going to put you back for another $5, so you might need to put more than 10 in there.
I think this one's hard. This is the deepest class that we've been fortunate enough to evaluate today, and it's really exciting. I think all of these sheep come in and could have won previous classes and maybe classes next. I don't know what the rest of the day holds, but really, really high quality, lots of depth. And I think what makes it hard is these two stand out to me and both hit me very, very hard. Yet each of them decides not to be a show sheep every now and then, right? And try to kind of boycott the system, and that makes it difficult. I'll tell you, on the move is where the young ladies wins for me. I think that sheep holds the edge in shallowness there at the base of his chest. He's got more natural, just curvature and just roundness there to his body shape. He's leveler out of his hip. He's more ideal in my mind in his hock and pastern angle. When we get on top of him, that one's just alien skinned, super smooth down the top side of his skeleton. I would like to lean him up just a shot. When he's stuck, he never wants to really drive into you. He sucks back kind of all the time. But I think when we get out of that one, the way that his neck and his chest lay into him, the roundness of his body shape, his athleticism and quality on the move, and hind leg posture really stands out to me. The problem is that the one that's in second is just giant-footed. He's very rugged in the way that he's put together. He handles so hard and so stand-up in his back shape, just super, super big backed. Really ripped up there through the seat of his pants. He's significantly leaner than the one that goes ahead and starts us off. I think when he's stuck, that one's runs uphill enough. I think he balances and is proportional enough. When we get out of him, I see that sheep's chest start to drop in him just a shot. I think he gets plainer there at the base of his rib cage and body cavity. Maybe like to soften him in his flank just a shot. Like to level him up out of his hip just a shot. And if we really get critical, that one's hock and pastern angle could be altered for me as well. I feel like I just spelled the book of things wrong on both of these animals. I think they're both really high quality and I'd love to have them on feed. That's a really tough pair, really good pair of sheep that's got a ton of argument. Young lady's got one kind of smoked up, painted up sheep here that's just tremendously bushy-legged. He's well presented, he's great skin, super smooth touching. I think that when that one gets out and goes, he's a little stilty off of his front end. He could use more flex in his hock. Of the remaining sheep ahead of him and below him, I think that that one's relationship of white tissue over his forehead relative to just genuine muscle shape probably is a little out of whack for me. I like to see more real genuine pop and shape in him with relation to the cover that he's got on his forerib. Young man's got one that's white-skinned and white-footed and really chromed out in the way that he's presented here. I like those things. I think when he's stuck, he's tall at the top of his shoulder. He's got good shape there at the base of his leg. On the contrary, when he's stuck, I thought that sheep of the ones that were ahead of him is a little deeper there at the base of his chest. He's flatter in his lower body. That sheep gets a little bit tight and kind of jerky looking off of his rear too when he gets out and goes. And relative to the amount of condition he's packing on his forerib, I thought he could be a shot fresher over his loin edge. Lean, high cut ability, fuzzy, big-footed one that's got a lot of terminal merit. He's just as long-bodied and late maturing as anything. I thought that sheep was just a little bit raw and a little bit coarse compared to the ones ahead of him. Good job. That's an awesome class with a really tough top pair that go back and forth. I like them the way that I placed them and hope that I described them to you as accurate as possible. Good job, guys.
Congratulations to your Class 4 medium wool winner, Peyton Ralston. In second place, Jalen Miller. In third, Janae Hoganson. In fourth, Will Clay. And in fifth, Avery White. Your next class of other medium wool will be Peyton Ralston, Jake Bird, Jackson Hoganson, Joe Clay, and Jalen Miller. To all exhibitors, if you make sure you take advantage, Flying W has been gracious enough to purchase all photos this year, so make sure you go back to this digital photos. Make sure you go to the south end of the barn where the pins are set up and get your picture made.
Boy, this is another one with a ton of quality and depth from top to bottom. Really fun to evaluate. All these kids are doing a really nice job, and I appreciate your presence. Just the atmosphere here in the barn, really nice facilities, attentive crowd, a big crowd for a Thursday. Once again, I can't express how happy I am here to be here in the presence of people that care about what we're doing. That's getting to be harder and harder to find, and I really appreciate what you got going here. I think the sheep that wins is different than the rest of them, and that's probably obvious from across the fence. That sheep's got a lot of daylight under him, just way up off the ground, his neck, his chest, his shoulder. I've been preaching about that all day, and it's something that's very important to me. That sheep's body shape is raw, but right, if that makes sense. I think his rib cage reads round. He's a little bit raw, but boy, is he big-backed and hard-touching, dialed in. He's lean and shaped up. We get that one stuck. I think he proportions very well. He runs uphill. That's a very nice sheep that's big-footed. We get him on the go, I think, to make that one just big time good. Next level, let's go hunt with the big dogs. I'd like to raise his dock about half an inch, maybe pull his flank down about half an inch to make him perfect. But I think that's a really, really high-quality sheep with a great look and certainly athletic in his build. The one here in second is just back to the basics. I think a young lady had a Southdown in here earlier. A sheep that's wide on his corners, he's big in his feet, he's presented extremely well. That sheep's bold in his body cavity, he's got plenty of muscle. Obviously, he doesn't have the stretch that the one that wins does, but that's okay. I think they all come in different shapes and sizes, and we're going to judge them for what they are, because just because they don't look like one another doesn't mean that that they're not good. And it kind of goes that way in life itself. But I think that this sheep, for me, when we get critical, I thought he was a little chubbier over his forerib. I'd like to square him up or secure him up there in his back pastern. But I think from the side, that sheep proportions as good as any of them. He's stout-footed and he's wide and has a lot of quality. I'd like to lean him up, fix his back pastern. Really nice sheep there. A young lady, you're doing a good job. That's a pretty good one. The young man's is kind of meat and potatoes. That sheep's a shot leaner than the one right ahead of him. He's got a shot more muscle shape, meet your hand, than the one ahead of him. I thought he was a little pointer in the presence to his front end, neck, chest, shoulder. Maybe not as big in his upper hip and back area as that one either, but I do appreciate that he's bringing forth a little more just muscle, lean, meat animal, expressive shape. Not quite as fancy as the two ahead of him. This young man's got a very, very interesting weather here. Super good skin, just alien skin, rock hard to the touch, big rack, big loin, a lot of stifle shape. That one length of body is good. That one's neck set is good. I thought when we got comparative, that one just got a little hooked up in his hind leg when we got him out and going. Might like to change the angle to his hock there, maybe blow him open there at the base of his heart. But that's a very compositionally correct, good presented, great skin, hard touching one. You know, from the outside looking in, the sheep that's going to be here next, young man in the striped shirt, the gray striped shirt, is one that has just a killer look from the side. If we just outline that one and stenciled him, boy, it'd be game over. That's the one I want, because he runs uphill, his top line's good, he's got an awesome side view shape to his lower leg and stifle, and his lines are very good there from top to bottom. That sheep's got plenty of foot size. Well, we've said all these good things. What's wrong with him? I thought we got on top of him. That sheep's just a shot thicker pelted, not nearly as fresh to the touch as the ones ahead of him. I thought we studied him from the three-quarter view. Although he gives us such a striking look of power from the side, I thought he naturally read narrower in his chest and flatter in his body shape. The sheep that's going to round us out handles as good as any of them. That's a big racked, big loined, flat hipped one that's got a lot of carcass merit. I thought from a skeletal perspective, he needed the most improvement. Neck sets low into his shoulder. He's rocked forward there in his blade. His top line gets a little slack on him. Like to see him a little square and more forgiving in his rear hock and pastern as well. But composition and handling quality, that one goes a long way. Really taking a lot of work to get him bushy too. Nice sheep to round us out. Boy, this black show's been good. We got some more to come. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
Congratulations to your Class 5 Other Medium Wool winner, Jalen Miller. In second place, Janae Hokinson. In third place, Jackson Hokinson. In fourth, Jake Bird. In fifth, Joe Clay. And in sixth, Preston Ralston. Next, you'll have your Class 6 Other Medium Wool with Jake Bird, Chloe Thomas, and Joe Clay. So we've got a little bit of a list on the Goat and Lamb Adult Showmanship. So if I read your name off, you will be showing a goat or lamb at the duration of the goat show. So you can come up and pay $10 to get your name off of this list, or you can pay $100 and get your name off for good and make sure you don't have to do that. We have Andrew Hokinson, Taylor White, Sandra Richard, Aaron Hartman, Renee Hartman, or Lena Hartman, excuse me, and Barbara Miller. And Eric Diaz.
Neat little class. We've got the young ladies, kind of silver colored, smoky colored one here to lead us off. Probably the first word that comes to mind is trendy. Big-footed one that looks the part, propped up. He runs uphill, his body shape's right, his back shape's right, he's muscular, he's compositionally correct, she's sticking him. That's a pretty good one. He's going to be fun to see back out here with some more. That's a nice sheep. The young young man here in second has a sheep that's very practical. A ewe lamb that's wide and bold in her body. She's good and slim in her neck set. Her shoulder shape is correct. She's square in her rack. She's big and flat in her loin. I think we get comparative. That one's just a little bit chubbier there over her forerib than the one that wins. She could be just a shot more attractive there in her hind leg. I think her hind leg's plenty functional. She's just got a shot more set to it than what I consider ideal. Young man's got a big-footed, growy looking one here to round us out in third place. I think that sheep is more radical in his bone work and skeleton. He's got a big rack. He's plenty powerful from behind and has a ton of dimension there through his lower leg and stifle. I thought we back off. That one got a little bit round and coarse there at the base of his shoulder, a little flatter in his body, a little up in his flank, a little down in his dog. Nice sheep, really good way to end it on a really compositionally correct, lean, muscular one.
Congratulations to your Class 6 other medium wool winner, Chloe Thomas. In second place, Jake Bird. And in third place, Joe Clay. Coming in the ring will be our final class of other medium wool. We'll have Jackson Hokinson, Jake Bird, Chloe Thomas, and Sky Hartman. I'm going to read off the class winners, and if you are a class winner, make sure you're getting ready to come in for the breed champion drive. For Class 1, it would be Cole Davis. For Class 2, Rayleigh Hartman. Class 3, Sky Hartman. Class 4, Peyton Ralston. Class 5, Jalen Miller. Class 6, Chloe Thomas. Make sure you are getting ready. If you got second in that class, please be ready as well.
Where's your sister?
Concluding the grand drive, we're going to do showmanship. So if you, everybody's automatically entered. If you are grade 3 through 5, you will be in the junior. Grade 6 through 8 in the intermediate. In grade 9 through 12, you'll be in the senior. Again, everybody is entered. If you would like to do that, that will be immediately concluding the grand drive.
Well, when we started, we were stupid. It is all down under 20.
Really a neat way to end out our medium wool show. I think the drive is going to be really fun, kind of a head scratcher at times, because we've got a lot of really nice winners, and our black show here has been very deep in quality, and I want to emphasize that because it's not the case everywhere you go, and I think you need to be recognized. The young man's got one to start us off here. Sheep for me just makes the most sense, I think, from a balance and proportionality perspective. Specifically on the move, I think that one maintains he's a shot taller at the top of his shoulder. He gets out and goes more collected in his chest. He's compositionally correct, he's square-backed, he's thick-ended, very muscular, complete type sheep. The one that goes second is probably the first word that comes to mind is extra. That one is just monster-backed, way wide-bodied. He's really thick-ended, he's got big feet and a really wide chest. And he looks nice propped up, I will say that. I think we get him out and going. That one just doesn't have enough daylight underneath. Like if we consider how much he weighs relative to the amount of stature and daylight he's got, that one's a little low to the ground. He's a little deep in his chest. He kind of wants to peek up in his tail head there. Might like to smooth him out, mash him down there at the top side of his hip. Young man's got a ewe lamb that's smooth made, really square backed, market oriented, nice sheep. Ewe lamb's a little plainer than the ones ahead of her through her front end. She's not as powerful there at the seat of her pants either, maybe just a tick chubby. The one that's going to be fourth here is really a good looking sheep. That's a tall fronted, really streamlined, neat made, well organized, well designed one. I think we study that one off either end of his skeleton. He's just not powerful enough. He's got all the look in the world, just like to pack a shot more natural width underneath and muscle into that one compared to the ones ahead of him. Really nice class. This show's been a ton of fun to judge on the medium bull side of things, and I think it's going to be really exciting to watch our champion drive in this particular breed. Good job.
Congratulations to your Class 7 other medium bull winner, Jackson Hokinson. In second place, Chloe Thomas. In third, Jake Bird. And in fourth, Sky Hartman. We will now be bringing out the breed champion drive. We will have Cole Davis, Rayleigh Hartman, Sky Hartman, Peyton Ralston, Jalen Miller, Chloe Thomas, and Jackson Hokinson. Second place, please be ready. And again, if you would like to have your pictures made, make sure you go to the south of where the pens are in that barn. Flying W Aviation has been gracious enough to donate this year where you can have the digital pictures.
Me? Now, why would you say about me? I never thought. I mean, I didn't even get on them little gals with them cameras that's standing right there in my way where I couldn't see. I mean, if I take my glasses off, I can't see anyhow. It don't make any I can't see through that muddy water.
No, yeah, we're going to go to school on the bus.
Me and Brad over there, they get mad.
Where I was able to go and to the town, but maybe around me and the forest.
What's really bad? You know, all these kids are crazy.
I mean, it's fixed.
I see it when you guys. And I think I can remember their faces, their names. And it seems like those are out there or something. I mean, we talked to them, and they'll ask for their name, and they just leave. I had to sit there and we had talked about it. That's good. If you'd get that stuff in
Just don't want to rush in. Long day. Right, too, don't you? Yeah, the same thing. That's good. Our weeklies are how many acres? I guess they didn't like it.
Muddy water.
Well, I think really good set of medium roles. I think you, as a group of exhibitors and a group of parents and agents and community members, should be proud. This has been awesome. Really enjoyed sorting through the blacks here. I'm going to talk about just a few of them, and that's not to take away. I think we got a really muscular one, a showy one, a really big-bodied, real practical one, and down here on the end, I think a sheep we described, it just makes sense. I think his parts and pieces really match. He's wide underneath, his body's good, his shape's good, nice, complete, really just middle-of-the-road type animal. It comes down to the three in the middle here for me when we talk about selecting our champion. A young lady here in the pink has got one that when he came in class, he didn't really want to brace, and he's probably given the most brace right here that he has all day. He probably excels the most or looks his best on the move. We get him out, he's shallow, he's so good in his body shape. He's good in his hind leg posture. You know, there's a fine line between straight and grade, and I think at times I'm like, maybe we could rock his shoulder back just a shot, and at times I think it's fine. Problem is, when we get him stuck, he kind of wants to hit his reverse just a shot. His neck ties into his shoulder just a little bit lower. I think we get on either end of that one, and relative to the amount of finish he has over his forerib, I do think it needs to be wider. From behind, he's probably the least descriptive from hooks to pins, through his twist and out to his stifle. I'd like to lean him up just a shot and crease him up just a shot right there in the seat of his pants to really give him a shot more pop and power. But that's a really radical bodied, neat moving one that's got just a ton of quality. Probably one that interests me as much as anything is the young man's here. Out of our 5th class, I think that sheep is just so different than anything else. He comes in, he takes a big old step, he's big-footed, really ranges well in motion. He's the tallest fronted, latest maturing one that's the highest in his neck set. He's shallow in his chest. His body shape reads excellent. He's so big-loined and big-racked and just rock hard to the touch. I like all of those things. I said earlier, if we could drop his flank just a shot, maybe raise his dock just a shot, I think it'd make him perfect. One thing I was noticing about this sheep is when you sit back and study him, he's so big and so stretchy that it almost makes him probably look a little less powerful there at the base of his leg and stifle. But when you really get back and study him from a 3/4 view and get comparative, that sheep's as muscular and as wide made from behind as any of them, even though he's not in one of our heavier 2 weight classes. Sticks his hip just a shot. I think that one is just dead level, stealthy, really good athletic, good made one that gives a ton of merit and has a bright future. I think this young lady, boy, she's doing a good job, isn't she? Hats off to you. Big-footed one. Yeah, come on. You know, I've got 2 little girls now, and boy, I don't know. I'm just kind of a sucker for a little one that hustles and gets after it. That sheep is so trendy. Just tremendously big-footed. He's wide underneath. He's big in his body. He's square in his rack. Sheep proportions well. I'm not going to say that that's probably the slimmest necked one, the shallowest chested one, the widest loined one, or thickest one, but I think that she balances and proportions well. He's out on his quarters. He tracks wide but square. Really nice, really complete, high quality type sheep there. So I think a really nice set of sheep. I've enjoyed sorting through it, and to be honest with you, I think in the breeds before, hey, there's been a winner that kind of stood out and needed to win. I think in this division, boy, we've got a handful of them, and that's not to take away from the seconds and thirds, because a few of them classes got awfully deep and awfully competitive. We're going to pick your grand. We'll bring a second in to look at, and then we'll pick your reserve champion, here in our medium old breed. Good job to you guys. Give them a round. You know, I think that one fits right in amongst them. Sound made, good balance, proportional type sheep that has muscle. We talked about him in class. Maybe we'd like to tone him up, rib him up, maybe fix his back pastern every now and then on the move. I still think that's a really nice sheep. I probably think it's closer here between our 4th class and our 6th class because they're very different. You've got a smooth made, kind of showy looking one, and you've got a kind of a rugged, powerful one that's proportional but could maybe tie his shoulder into his body just a shot better and be just a little bit thicker from behind. Nice set of sheep though, really, really proud to have sorted through them. I'll pick my second favorite in our blacks and we'll get really excited for our grand drive.
Congratulations to your breed champion, Jalen Miller, and reserve breed champion, Peyton Ralston, in the other medium wolves. Next, we're going to do grand drive, so if you are breed champion, please be ready and bring your sheep out for the grand drive. And reserve. Immediately concluding the grand drive, we're going to have junior showmanship, which is grades 3 through 5. Intermediate showman, which is grades 6 through 8, and then senior showmanship, which is 9 through 12. And everybody is automatically entered. If you would like to compete in that, please be getting ready. For those who don't know who Shelby is, and I don't know how you would not know who Shelby is, but she is sitting to my left, so please make sure that you come and let her know by 2 p.m. on Friday which animal you would like. Also let her know that you can do add-ons at any point in time. Let her know what add-ons you'd like to add on that. As we sit here and wait, please pay attention to that screen up there and then the pins. This thing would not be possible, and we are blessed to live in a community that we do live in, that we've got such good community support. So thank you to all our sponsors and donors for recognizing these kids' hard work. And as I've said before, on these top buyers, your name needs to be up there. So if it is not up there, make sure you come Saturday, bring your checkbooks, and be one of those that you are known.
got more than that going.
So before we bring this grand drive out, I would like to read out for the adult showmanship who is on there. Remember, it costs $5 to get somebody on here, $10 to get your name off, and $100 to make sure you do not get on again. We have Andrew Hokinson, Taylor White, myself, Aaron Hartman, Lena Hartman, Barbara Miller, Adrian Hunt, Shad Manus, Julie Joe, Ann Claire Guston, Misty Haskell, and Clay Waldrop. So this will be at the end of the goat show.
guys. The sheep show has been really, really fun, and I hope that, we don't always have to agree on every your placings and everything, but I hope we can say when we go away that we did a fair job and we talked to them as accurately as we possibly could, because that's my goal. I want every kid to have a fair shake, and I want to at least be able to convey to you why I do what I do. And I think we come out here, guys, everything's got a shot here. I know we've raised several different kinds of sheep and buy and sell and trade some, and I'm not going to discriminate. I want to use the one that I think is the best for that particular breed, and we can get comparative, and sometimes they're still the best. I think that the crossbred's extremely elite. I think that one is just an absolute cat on the move. I think she's killer propped up. I think she's as muscular as anything. Really good sheep. I think that Southdown is finally deciding to be a show sheep right there. That one's pretty dang good. I'd love to have, like I said, I got some little girls of my own, and I'd put one in front of that deal. He's pretty, awfully sporty. Really good sheep, and the black is one that was so different from everything, and we thought that in that breed drive, I thought we had a lot of quality within the breed as a whole, and he was just so different in the way that he was put together and showed himself off, and just had so much future and just so many good pieces to him. Reserves are awfully, awfully nice. I'm going to try not to get too long-winded here and use my two favorites, and I appreciate you letting me sort through your sheep and offer my opinion. Good job, guys.
Your grand champion on the sheep show will be Jalen Miller, and reserve grand champion is Janae Hokinson. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause. All right, we are going to jump right into showmanship. So if you would like to participate in showmanship and you are grade 3 through 5, now will be the junior showmanship. Next up will be the intermediate showmanship, which will be grade 6 through 8, and then following that will be the senior showmanship, grade 9 through 12. Don't forget your stickers here at the table. If you'd like to have one for your show box, they are $2 for the Bi-County stickers over here. We apologize about the wait, guys. If you would bear with us for about 10 or 15 minutes, we're having to work through a couple of things up here. So we're going to do the showmanship, but again, if you'll give us about 10 or 15 minutes, we'll let you know when that resides back. But we will get this show on the road as soon as we can.
Our judge had to leave, but we are in good hands. Dustin Warren is stepping in for the remainder of the showmanship and then our goat show. So we're taking a little pause and we will be right back with showmanship.
Well, good morning. I'd ask for your grace as I step in here on behalf of Mr. Hill and get to work with your young people. It's been a few years. I believe the last time that I stood in this ring was in 2005, 2006. I grew up just down the road in Moore County, and I've always held what you guys do in your program here in really high regard. My focus this morning will be giving each and every one of your young people an educational experience and every opportunity to showcase their very, very best. We're going to make this about them, but before we do, I'd ask that you bow with me, and let's just lift up Mr. Hale as he heads to Amarillo to look after his wife. Father, I lead this prayer with this group of people here today that put people and families at the forefront of their mind in everything that they do. And at this time, we just want to lift up the Hale family and Lane as he heads to Amarillo. Just protect his drive, be with his wife who is in distress, be with the doctors that are looking after her, give them peace and comfort. And in due time, Father, we know that you, above all, are in complete control of the situation. Father, I ask that you be with each and every one of these young people who had different plans today and to show to a different individual. I ask that you be with me and this show as we continue to move forward. We will give you all the praise and the glory for every single outcome today. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. So I do showmanship a little different. I don't like guessing games in showmanship. I like the young people to know exactly what the judge's expectations are, and so it doesn't boil down to a judge's personal preferences, as you will, as to who ends up with the championship in showmanship, because there's nothing in my mind that's more important. I've watched young people come in and they might get a champion buckle, and then if they worked extra hard and everything went well, they got a showmanship buckle. And you know what the first one they wear is? It's the showmanship buckle. It's super special, and so I take this very, very serious. What I'd like to do is just spend a couple of moments with you young people and any of the intermediate and senior exhibitors that want to make the right choice and gather round. And just let you know what I'm going to be looking for. There's a few things that are important to me. Number one, I want to make sure that I can always walk completely around the sheep. So I think it's very important that these young people take it upon themselves to evenly space their animals and to keep them in line. That's their job. It's not the ringman's job, that's their job. And so we want to do that. The second thing that I think is extremely important is the way that they handle the heads on these lambs. I like to see light hands. I like to see the sheep holding their head up on their own. In this moment, this young man is doing a very nice job of showing us a 90-degree angle from the back of their neck down their top line. I think that's very, very important. That produces the natural image of a show animal that we would like to see. Feet and leg placement is obviously very important. Now, I recognize that these young people that are a little bit shorter in the britches might not have the reach to be able to place those hind legs perfectly, but I've watched them over and over again prove that they have the ability from the front of that animal to get their legs placed square, and they should know if their legs are square because they choose to look, not because anybody ringside is helping them. And I want to make this point now, and I want to make it very clear. I'm all about team. There's a team behind every single one of these kids that helps them get to where they are, and that's how you're successful. But in showmanship, let's let their kids do their job today. Let's let them come in here and earn their showmanship and let them produce the affirmation for themselves and execute as they can. First impression is always what? When you come in the ring. So we've got to make sure that we make these lambs walk well, okay? I think that's very, very important. All of the final decisions in the show are made when? Usually when these lambs are planted on a side profile. So level top lines, heads up, feet and legs placed correctly are super important. I've had a lot of people ask me over the years, do you want a young person to come in smiling or do you want them to look serious? Well, I don't see anybody running up and down the basketball court in the last 2 minutes smiling. I don't care if they're 30 points ahead, they still got their game face on. So smile when you say thank you or congratulations. Smile back there for the backdrop, but come in here with your game face on and spend 7 out of every 10 seconds focused on your sheet. Look up, check, see where the judge is, go back to your sheet and focus on your sheet. Those things I think are the most important things in showmanship. The young people that do a good job of keeping their lambs still do that because they keep their lambs comfortable. And I think it's very, very important that we keep our lambs still and comfortable. That keeps from drawing any extra attention, and that's what keeps everything running smooth. So those are the things that I'm going to hone in on today. I sure would welcome at times maybe a question about their weight or something else, but we'll only sort them based on knowledge if we have to go to that point. Let's give these young people a hand for choosing to come out here and compete in showmanship, and let's have some fun working with them. Around the ring, put them back on the side view right here.
killed on the family that were feeding up,
Well, if you think showing sheep is easy, you've been watching these kids too long, because they make it look a lot easier than it is. As I speak here, I'd like for you two young ladies just to kind of circle your sheep out and place them back where they are right now and reset them. So many things that all of these young people do well. Look at the focus and eye contact of these two and their awareness of what's going on in the ring. Look at how settled that their sheep are and comfortable in their hands, because they're gentle with them and they have expectations with them, and the sheep know to follow them and have trust in them. Those are great things. I think on another level, when you look at these two young ladies over here and what they're doing, I think that the extra layer of things that I favor about their presence and their behavior is the way that they position themselves in front of them. They really center the sheep up in front of them. Look at their hands and the way that they control the heads of these sheep, which always has a positive influence on their top line. Look at how correctly that they place their feet and legs. And I think uniquely the thing that these two individuals do really well is they're very quick to get those things done, and they're extremely efficient. And bad looks last, and they don't give you much of an opportunity to capture a bad look of either of these sheep. And I like that about the job that they do. Maybe the thing that always means the most to me about a young person is when they hone in more on where the judge's eyes are than where the judge is standing. Because if you're watching where the judge's eyes are, you can present or influence the view of where their eyes are focused more than just merely where they're standing. And I was highly entertained and impressed by the moment that I just moved myself this way. They seen me look at the rear ends of their sheep, and both of them just grabbed another gear with them. Let's give them a hand for their talent and their execution out here today. I think that there's a lot of give and take between the two. The young lady on my right, she just trots this sheep around the ring like a show pony. The young lady on the left, I think once she gets this one planted, she does an exceptional job of getting his feet and legs placed exactly where that they need to be. I like those things a lot. Both of them have a few tendencies that I'd like to point out over the microphone, not to pick on them, but just to give them some feedback that I think could help them on down the road. Once we get feet and legs placed, the next thing that we got to do is we've got to keep their top line strong, and we've got to be able to make sure that they're driving in a manner that keeps them perked up and they're not too extended out. And I think there's moments, young lady, that you allow this one just to get a little too stretched out. Beyond that, I think you do a very nice job. The young lady here, her poise is very, very impressive to me, and I think she does do a better job in terms of top line control and head and front leg placement. I'd like to see, and this is kind of a lamb showman term, I'd like to see her a little bit more attentive to keep him rocked back. Can you see right now how those hocks are a little straight? And if we just kind of pinch him and rock him back there ever so slightly, he'll lock those hocks in and really show off how just neat-fronted and how structurally correct that he really is. And so I think those are a couple things that I'd like to see the both of them improve on. I mentioned when these young people first come in the ring, for me, the first impression is the way that these animals walk, and this young lady has an edge there. I think that the two of you, if you continue to show with and against one another on down the road, are going to make everybody better, because y'all do such a good job. I really favor this young lady's extras in terms of presence with this one. She's going to be your champion showman today. Give her a hand. Big congratulations for you. You keep up the hard work, young lady. You're showing a big sheep and doing awfully well. Y'all keep going at this. This was fun to watch.
Congratulations to your junior showman winner, Janae Hokinson. In second place, Chloe Thomas. And in third, Coy Davis. Give these guys a round of applause. We are now on your intermediate showmanship, which is grades 6 through 8. Originally, we were going to have a 30-minute break, but since we've already had that little break, as soon as the senior showmanship on the lamb show is done, we are going to roll right into the goats. So you be getting ready, those goats ready.
circle all the way around, back in the middle.
Megan, I didn't know that Knox had a goat. Her outfit is so cute. Her little shoes. They're hurting your feet. Do you like it?
Well, I think these two make this a very, very tough decision, and if you disagree with me, it's because you're partial. And I'll argue to the death that it's because you're partial, and I can't be. So it's a hard decision for me. Thanks for your patience as I spent a little more time with this group. I wanted to give each one of these young people individually a little bit of feedback. I was told a long time ago, and I feel like it's been validated, that the best way to get better is to get uncomfortable. And so I felt like specifically these four young people had some big changes that they need to make in terms of how they position themselves in front of the lamps. And until they make those changes, they're not going to get where they need to be. And so I gave them those suggestions and tried to be as descriptive as I could. And I wanted to see just who was willing to make the effort to make those changes. And I'll be doggone if all four of them weren't willing to try to do something different out here in the middle of the ring. That takes a lot of courage. You'll be rewarded for it. You keep up that hard work. However, the ones of you that executed a little bit better in making those adjustments were the ones that moved up. I really appreciated you guys' extra effort in being able to transition more to the front of those animals and get their heads up and hold their heads right. I think it helped you a lot. So how about a hand for them and their willingness to make a change? I gave different feedback to these two young people here because they forced me to get a little bit more picky. And as a judge, I think the thing that makes this really difficult is you have to study the tendencies of the sheep. And this rascal here, he's kind of lazy, and he just doesn't want to rear back and drive for this guy, and so it throws his top line off. And so I have to put myself in his shoes and go, okay, what would I do to fix that? How do I fix that? And contrary to what you think, pushing his top line down is not the solution. The solution is from the head, and really working the head up of this sheep and distributing his weight back. If he drives with those rear legs, which as soon as I do this, he drives, everything gets better. And so he's got to figure out how to do that. There's moments he does it really well, and I'm like, yeah. Then there's other moments I'm like, come on, get this dude off the couch and make him go. This young lady here, she's dealing with a different can of worms, because this sheep is very sensitive. He doesn't like to be messed with. And so I watch her, as soon as he'll be still, she wants to keep him still. And when she keeps him still, I think everything looks really good in him. But her struggle with this lamb is she wants to pull his head forward. She wants to extend the lamb forward, which makes him run uphill. But it flattens out all of this muscle from behind, and it throws off his balance. And if she keeps him rocked back with his head, he just looks like a stud out here. He looks really, really nice. And so those are your challenges, and those are the things that I observed and sorted through to see, okay, who's going to take the risk and make those things happen? Because for me as a judge today, that's how I make this really tough decision. And in this moment, once again, this young lady's validated that she's willing to do those things just a little better today. Nice going to you, and nice catch. You're an excellent showman, young man. You keep up the good work. He's done an excellent job all day. Congratulations to both of you.
Congratulations to your intermediate showman, Maggie Hartman. In second place, Jackson Hokinson. And third, Andrew Ledbetter. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Man, let's give Dustin Warren a round of applause for stepping in and doing what it takes to make this thing work. Thank you. And in the ring now, you'll have your senior showmanship, which is grades 9 through 12.
We'll stop them back on this side, on profile, beside you.
That's the wrong camera.
I don't know about y'all, but I think this bunch is good, really good, from top to bottom. Let's give these young people a hand. I told these showmen that are over here in the lineup that the show's not over yet. But unfortunately, when you have this level of competition out here, it requires some tough love to make decisions, or doggone it, we'll be here all day. Because every one of them, if you give them enough time, when they have this level of skill, is going to get it right. And I make that point for a reason, because at the end of the day, when the judge gets down to final decisions, he's always gonna be 2 or 3 or 5 steps closer to your sheep, or one glance closer to your sheep. And so the bad looks happen in the moments between stopping your lamb and getting your lamb put together. And I'm not to say that we're not patient and we don't give you those opportunities, but at some point we feel a sense of urgency to make decisions. And because of that, you've got to feel a sense of urgency to help us make those decisions, getting these lambs pieced together really, really quickly. Where did the tough love come in amongst this group here? By the way, y'all switch these two right here. Switch these two. You've got that one right. The tough love come in over here because these young people got so focused on me as the judge that they weren't paying attention to their sheep in a moment or two, where legs get off, things get out of kilter, and you don't notice it because you're glaring the judge down. The animal's the most important thing. 7 out of every 10 seconds, you need to be focused on your sheep so that those things don't slip through the cracks. The other thing that I think is extremely important is once you get these sheep set, you've got to keep them comfortable or they're going to move around on you. And I watch the tenacity and the focus that's in your face transition to your hands and your fingernails and your white knuckles. Things go wrong and lambs don't stay still when that happens. So light hands, I think, is essential once you get everything right. The more correct you have your lamb set, the gentler your hands should get in piecing the rest of them together and keeping them comfortable. really tough decision here amongst these three, and I talked about sense of urgency. I think it's very, very important that we think about our stance, we think about our top line. A couple of things that mean a lot to me, and I tell kids this a lot: you can never hold the animal's head up as well as they can themselves. And so I watch young people a lot of times really lifting, and that doesn't do the lamb's image any favors. Tell the lamb to hold their head up and then keep it there. And I think that it helps things a lot, and I think that's a difference between some of you. If you've got your hands wrapped around the back of their neck, that's not doing you any favors. It's not going to help you out. Hands, once everything's placed, need to be more on the sides of their head. Okay, I think that's very important. A judge can tell when he's standing to the side of the sheep if the sheep is driving or not. And it's very important to keep those animals driving. I have people ask me a lot of times, do you want me to switch sides? So if I walk around to this side of the lamb, do you want me to switch? Well, if you can do it and make it look really, really good, I'm okay with it if that's your deal. But if it's not your deal, if you can't do it, focus on the sheep. Position yourself in front of the sheep where the judge can see what he wants to see, but it also allows you to give them your best. I think that's very, very important. I'm going to work through these three one more time. Like I said, I thank you for your patience, but I know it means a lot to these young people where they place in here. I'm going to give them every opportunity to earn that spot.
Congratulations to your senior showmanship. Jalen Miller will be first, second Will Clay, and third Joe Clay. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. And again, before you leave, please make sure you get your picture taken if you would like to. Flying W Aviation has donated that, and we'll have digital pictures for everybody. So if you see Clay, make sure you tell him thank you and shake his hand, but make sure you get those pictures made. Well, as I mentioned earlier, we are not going to break. We are going to go ahead and roll right into the goat show. So first class will be Houston DeVillers and Aaron McDaniel under lightweight goats. If you have family that would like to watch this show, we are live streaming it. You can find the Facebook link on the Bi-County page, or also on YouTube. You can look up Bi-County Livestock Show, and you can find this so that people can watch that aren't able to be here.
Places though? Yeah, I can get you these turkeys out of the back real fast. You have a problem. That right there is one. That little small. Midget. I'll do that.
I can't imagine the scuttle going on in the back of the barn when everybody's been ready for Mr. Hale to judge this show, I'm assuming for some time, and here I am, and I know it's probably got things shaken up, and so here's what I'll say. I don't know if I know what a good goat is, but I know what I like. And I think that we can pattern with the image of the young ladies, whether here to kick this thing off, and some pieces that he has to offer throughout the day and promote really good livestock that have terminal merit. They're functional in terms of their build and they're structurally correct. Is everything perfect about him? No, that doesn't happen here on earth. But here's what I favor about him. He's the neater shouldered goat who's shallower chested. I think he runs uphill in terms of the way that he's built. And as you study this one from the inside, from where I get to stand, he's the one who's naturally gauged wider. Transitions into his top line and the width that he handles with. I think all of those things about his image and his build give him a more optimistic future to come into more muscle as he progresses in his growth curve. Don't want to take away from the weather that comes in second. He's the epitome of angularity. He's the one that's later maturing and going to be bigger skeleton. However, he's just a little narrower gauged and flatter and longer bladed. And as you study him down his top line, he comes to you a little sharper today. And so not only is he going to mature later, but bigger goats have a higher expectation for muscle. And I think that's the question mark that he leaves me with that puts him a close second. Both of these young people have brought projects out here that are very well manicured. They're very well presented, and they have a lot to be proud of. Let's show them that we're proud of them for a job well done.
Your Class 1 winner in the lightweight division will be Aaron McDaniels, and second will be Houston DeVillers. Now we'll have the second class of lightweights. You have Houston DeVillers, Nash Morris, Aaron McDaniel, Creeley Turner, and Colt Long.
judging a goat show from light to heavy like this and watching these classes progress, I think the excitement in it is it's like in a 2 or 3 hour time span you get to watch the growth curve of these animals and how every 5, 7, 10 pounds that they gain and what it does for them. And I think that's just a beautiful thing to see. And the weather that we lead this class off with, the extra density that this one has, the extra mass that he spans with is unrivaled in this class. There's not one that's truer to the edge of his loin or that's built wider through his chest than this one. He's the standout goat in this particular lineup. Are there some things we could improve about him? Well, I think there's times in the goat barn that muscle can come at the cost of maybe a little extra coarseness or a little more general appearance from the profile. And those are some things about this particular goat that could make you scratch your head a little bit as you just look with foresight about where this one goes from here. But today, he owns this class in terms of the power and terminal merit that he has. For me, there's soul searching that happens that takes place between the two does that comes second and third. And I'm a sucker for one that comes prancing in the ring and showcases their skeletal correctness. That's exactly what this one does so well. Very, very adolescent goat yet in terms of how much muscle that she's carrying today. But I think she's as wide as she is, and she's wide enough for me. And I like her extra angles and structural correctness and the type of livestock that she promotes slightly better than the doe that comes in third, that's bigger centered and a little further along in her growth curve. She's carrying more flesh today, but I just didn't find quite as many things about this one that I could hang my hat on when I studied them from the side. I know that we're talking about market animals here, and they've got to have terminal merit, but I think you're going to see today that nearly every animal that comes in this ring checks those boxes beyond what the commercial standards are. And so let's take advantage of the fact that they're on hoof and the extras that they might promote, and let's promote those things, and that's what makes this decision for me. The goat that comes in fourth is one that I think has a lot of fun things to talk about. Tall shoulder, cool angles in this particular individual. The doe's just a little too flat through her thigh for me to get her to move on up any further in this particular lineup. And we finish with a goat in this class that is just untouched in terms of skeletal extension. I love the length of spine in this one, the up front that this one has to offer. We just got to tie those things together a little better, and this one gets a little weaker in his top line, a little bit shallower and more shotgunny in terms of his belly design. And those are my comments about this class. Let's give these kids a hand and encourage them for a job well done.
Congratulations to your Class 2 lightweight winner, Colt Juan. In second place, Houston DeVillers. Third, Creeley Turner. Fourth, Aaron McDaniel. And fifth, Nash Morris. Coming in next will be your final class of lightweights. You have Sky Hartman, Sam Gustin, Kylie Morgan, Benjamin Lujan, and Cash Morgan. After this class is wrapped up, we will need first and second from the first two classes and this class as well to do the division change.
Well, on behalf of these young people, I thank you the most for your applause and your support of them from ringside today. I think those types of things are what makes a show exciting. And in a community that puts together an event like this with this level of competition that your two counties always do, it's just a real breath of fresh air. I probably made the comment about progression and what an extra couple of pounds can make in these goats when they're little a class early, because it's just more profound here, especially as you look at our leading duo of goats. The weather goat that we start this class with is just the epitome of muscle shape and being stout featured, being gauged wide. He's round bodied, he's big ended, just extremely pulled apart in every single angle that you study him. And I think probably the feature of this goat that's the most impressive is the one that I get to experience and y'all don't. And as you study the edges of this one's muscle as it spans out to his loin and how deep that they are and three-dimensional that this one is, it'll just nearly take your breath away. Are there some things about him we can improve? Well, of course there are. And the fun thing here is the goat that stands in second, I think really checks those boxes awful well. The goat in second comes in with a taller shoulder that has a better angle to it, more range of motion because he has a more correct angle to his hock. I like his hip set a little bit better as well. But this particular goat, to touch him, just doesn't rival those things of the goat that's ahead of him. And I don't think the things that I pick on about our class winner are jeopardizing his functionality. They're just not perfect. And I hate to be overly critical of animals because it's easy to be critical and it's a whole lot more fun to talk about the positive things. There's a lot of positive to talk about in those two. The doe that comes in third, I think the only thing that's working against her in this particular class is her gender. Her gender's added some extra refinement to her. She's a little more dainty comparatively to the two wethers that stand ahead of her. And because of that, she just can't rival their skeletal width or substance or density. And that's what keeps her third, but she's well presented in an awfully high quality animal. The goats that come in fourth and fifth, we've got a wether there that I think's just got more weight per day of age and performance and substance to him. And we finish with one that's just super neat in terms of the way that she's built up front. She's very structurally correct and productive centered. Just needs more muscle today to push those that are ahead of her in this particular class. Let's give them a hand, please.
Congratulations to your Class 3 lightweight winner, Sam Gustin. In second, Kaylee Morgan. In third, Cash Morgan. Fourth, Sky Hartman. And fifth, Benjamin Lujan. We will now have the division lightweight champion drive for the division and reserve. If you got second in that class, please be ready. If this is the end of the line for your goat and you would like to not haul it home, Daryl Ferguson is going to be parked at the southeast end of the barn. Concluding this, he is in a white Chevy. He is going to pay $100 a head for those goats if you would like to hit him up on that. So I'm going to read his cell phone number out real quick so that you can write that down if you would like. It is 806-674-3675. Again, that is 806-674-3675.
Well, it's been plenty recent since I discussed each of these candidates that stand in front of you contending for your division champion here in your lightweight division. And I'll just preface my comments by saying that regardless of what division we stand in today, I hope to validate that bigger's not always better, and that the same kind is not always the best kind. And I've judged enough shows and I've hauled enough shows to know the variation and expectations of each of us that stand ringside, and be rest assured that I sit where you do more than I stand where I am today. And that's where I like to be. I think it's more entertaining because you get to hear what everybody's saying and you get to look at them all come in, and usually you've got a loved one out here that means a whole lot to you, and they're going to be your favorite, and there's going to be another one that you have your eye on, and that's the fun of this game. And if you don't like what happens today, the best part about it is there's another show down the road and another guy that's exercising his or her opinion out there, and that's fun too. So with all of that being said, I'll just tell you that for me, we're probably not going to arrive at the same kind all day long to win each division. But what I do hope to prioritize is the ones with the most good, because just nearly everything that exists on this earth requires some level of compromise, except for the one that we lay our heads on the pillow and pray to at night. And so there's going to be some compromise exercise today in order to land at what checks the most boxes and promotes what we need to promote back and somebody's goat herd that's standing at home looking forward to what they're going to produce next year, hopefully to improve on. And in this particular division, I think that those comments really preface where my mind is, because I'm going to line at two particular goats to promote that are nowhere near the same. They're very complementary of one another, but their strengths are very contrasting. Your division and reserve division champion is going to be the muscular heavyweight goat of this particular drive, and then the really cool built, structurally correct one that stood second behind him. Let's give him a hand.
Lightweight division champion is going to be Sam Gustin, and reserve division champ is Kylie Morgan. We're going to move on to our first class of medium weights, and that class will be Lauren Gard, Veronica Ballou, Michael Gustin, and Janae Hokinson.
I'll show you. Okay.
Took a little more time there to sort these top two. A pair that's not as easy as I think you might think when you really start looking at the details of them, and you couple that with the fact we've got a couple of young people here that are dealing with goats that are a little contrary and uninterested in being out here. I just wanted to stop and smell the roses for a minute and make sure I got a good genuine look of each of them and seen the best of both of them if possible. That's not to say that showmanship doesn't play a role in outcomes today, but when we have an opportunity to give these kids an extra chance, an extra look, I want to be the first one to promote that, because in the end, these goats are no fun to look at unless we've got a kid in front of them that is learning something from them. So that being said, I went with the goat that's just got more to him today. Both of these goats are awfully nice, and the one that we start with has got more to him. Now, as you can see, it's more than just weight per day of age. It's foot size, it's base width, it's dimension in terms of its hip. All of those things about this goat, I think, are certainly favorable. Not a goat that has a tremendous amount of extras as you study him from a profile in terms of extra skeletal quality, shortness of shoulder, shallowness of chest, or extension up front. I think that there might be a few more things to favor in the goat that comes second in that regard. And the goat that comes in second's got another really unique piece that from the outside is not observable, but you can't build a loin flatter and deeper edged than that particular individual is, and I'm a sucker for that. And it's one that I really had to stop and catch my breath for a minute and decided how I wanted to deal with this. But for me, what keeps that goat second is not only is there not as much to that one, but the goat doesn't transition quite as well from his shoulder into his forerib. The goat doesn't have as much dimension as you study him in terms of depth of twist and lower thigh. From there, nuts and bolts, I think, sorts through the final two goats in this particular class that are certainly not slouches. They're goats that are just a little bit flatter sided and flatter gauged, and between the two, the wether that the young lady has here is one that has more handling quality, more meat animal shape as you study this one directly behind his shoulders, and that sorts another really tight pair in this particular lineup. Let's give them a hand as they're excused, please.
Your first class of medium weight winners is Michael Gustin. In second place, Lauren Gard. Third, Janae Hokinson. And fourth, Veronica Blue. We'll now have our second class of medium weights. We'll have Erica Manus, Cash Morgan, Aaron McDaniel, Colt Wan, and Lauren Gard.
sure to keep all four feet on the ground.
Well, I'm not ashamed to say that in my mind, this is a rather subjective trio of goats to sort at the top end of this particular class. Three goats that are as different as night and day from one another. They just build a triangle in terms of different things about them that I like, different things about them that I would change. Just nothing about them is the same. And the doe that we lead off with is, number one, she's the doe that's the best presented. This guy does a good job. Hats off to him for making that one look so good. And that's an important point to make, because there's no species that I observe that's more unforgiving of showmanship mistakes than these rascals. they can look really good and they can look really bad, all in just a couple of seconds from one another. And the importance of that comment is for each one of you to recognize that of all the supplements and all the genetics and all the money that we might want to throw at this game, there's no greater influence than what's standing on the head of each one of these animals out here. They can have such a tremendous influence over the outcome of how these animals place in the ring. You certainly set a very positive example for that in the way that you present this doe. She's a good looking one. Plain and simple, she just comes out here, she trots around like a class winner, she blends together like a class winner, she's manicured like a class winner, she's very fresh handling. I like her rib cage. I like how just round bodied she is, the meat that she's built up front. The front third of her is just very special. The back end of her I'd like to improve. She's a little shorter hipped and straighter hocked. She's one that when you get right behind her actually doesn't have as much width and flare as she showcases from the side. Some of that's just because of the way that her hips built, but that's the thing that I would like to improve about that particular goat. All in all, I think she's the one that's got the most goods to hang our hat on here. The dark weather, what's his name, Large Car? Yeah, Large Car. He's missing 3 socks. I don't know where he hit them, but Large Car's color is the biggest thing that works to his disadvantage. When they get that dark, they just don't lend themselves to extra mass. And so upon close inspection or grabbing this one, you just go, wow, there's a lot more to this one than what I thought. And I think that describes this goat really, really well, because once you recognize that there's some true mass to this particular goat, and you couple that with the fact that he's a neat-fronted goat that's really good structure, looks really nice in motion, he needs to be at the top end. Does he have all the extras of the goat that stands ahead of him? No, but he certainly needs to be at the top end. I'm inspired by the goat that comes in third. This weather's stout feature at the ground, boldness in terms of just when you study the real base width in this one, those things are really, really appealing to me. They just don't fit together all that well today. A goat that's not as strong in his top line or that blends as well out the back side of his shoulder. Like his hip structure really, really well, but there's not enough shape in the lower portion of his muscle mass for me to promote him on up to the top end of that really subjective trio. Beautiful red goat that comes in fourth. Gotta love this one in the way that he's manicured. Tremendous amount of freshness and handling quality in this particular individual. Neater shoulder than the goat that's in third, but the expense is it comes with just a little narrower build, a little flatter muscle, not as much total product in this one. Young lady's goat that finishes the class, the epitome of functionality, structural correctness, very practical in terms of the way that this one's built. There's just not the edge to his muscle and the terminal merit versus the ones that stand ahead of you in this particular class. You've got a lot to be proud of. Congratulations, though, to you.
Congratulations to our second class of medium weight winner, Colt Wong. In second place, Cash Morgan. In third, Erica Manus. In fourth, Lauren Gard. And in fifth, Aaron McDaniel. Coming in next, we'll have our last group of medium weight goats. Creeley Turner, Sky Hartman, Knox Burns, Veronica Ballou, and Derek Lucero. Make sure if you were the class winner or in second place in the previous 2 classes that you have your goats ready to come in for the division champion. There are not near enough names on this adult showmanship list, and let's get this scholarship fund bumped up. I'd love nothing more to have nobody showing and pay $100 to get your name off of this, but if you find somebody that you would like to see show, let's come up here to the table and pay $5. If you would like your name off, it's $10, and if you would like your name off and not able to put back on, it is $100.
Well, this young man right here is living proof that patience can produce that one good look that a judge needs in order to get things done. That's the way we're supposed to be, is patient with these contrary livestock. Way to hang with him and not get frustrated. Guys, this is a good looking one. If you don't believe me, you should have just been looking when he gets this goat to stand right, or when we ask this one to go in motion. Motion's always proof. That's where all the truth comes out in these animals. When this one lets back and go, you'll see a round body, you'll see some really nice structural correctness and pasturing strength. You see a goat that holds a really nice top line, and this dude's got muscle. He's got a lot of real meat animal shape in him. What else do you need to say when you're looking for a class winner than what this one has to offer? Well, I can't think of many things about it. I think that's an awfully good individual to start this class off with. When he figures out how to get along with this chain that he has, or finds the right solution there, I think that he's got one that can really be a contender. The goat that comes in second, you can't dismiss the fact that this young lady come out here with a goat that's highly cooperative for her. I like to see their feet on the ground, and I've told the kids that all day, and I don't pick on you for that, but there's a reason for it. From the outside, when you hang them up off the ground like that, there's pieces of their front end that look really good, but they handle horrible, and it's just not natural. It just flattens out and peaks all that muscle in the rack. And so I ask it, not just because it's my personal preference, I ask it to do you all a favor so that your animal offers its best. And so key in on those things. That's a very, very high quality individual that comes in second. If you just look at the balance and the basic fundamental pieces of the way you should build an animal, this goat showcases those things. What keeps him second? I don't think he's descriptive in his muscle shape as the one that stands ahead of him. His shoulder blade's a little bit more out in him, and I don't think he has quite as much tone from behind, but those are very subtle things about a goat that I think really pushes the one ahead of him in a very, very mighty way. Love how she showcases the extension and the elevation of this goat's front end. Way to come in here ready to show that goat and make him look his best. Nice job to you. The goat that stands third, he's the freshest handling of the goats that remain in this particular lineup. As you can see, everything about his lines just blend extremely well. I like that doe, everything about her from her hooks forward, but when you study this doe from behind, she's just a little bit more general in her hip shape and narrower at her pins, and I think that her refinements may be working to her disadvantage, even though refinement for her gender is certainly an advantage if you study them on those principles. The red goat that comes next, one that's very structurally correct. I think an improvement in hip structure over the one that stands ahead of her, but a goat that just is a little sharper as you study her directly behind her plate, and those things about her just deteriorate the amount of muscle that she has to offer to this particular lineup. We finish with a solid white goat that the young man's done an excellent job of presenting, and that's something that I'll always be impressed and appreciate. This particular goat just needs to be wider built. When you study this one as he goes away, there's just not as much clearance between his hocks or expansion in his sternum. That gives up the amount of product that you got to have to push those monsters that stood ahead of him in this particular class. Very competitive show. It's a privilege to get to stand in and be a part of it today. Let's give these young people a hand.
Congratulations to your Class 3 medium weight goat, Knox Burns. In second place, Veronica Ballou. In third, Creeley Turner. In fourth, Sky Hartman. And in fifth, Derek Lucero. We will now have your medium weight goat division champ and reserve division champ. Please remember that if you would like to do add-ons or you need to make sure which animal you would like to enter into the sale on Saturday, you need to let Shelby Campbell know by 2 p.m. on Friday.
Well, at this point, the suspense is probably over about where my favor lies as an evaluator of goats, because I think this division showcases it really well. That for me, side view image and rib cage and shoulder construction and top liner, all of those things and the way that they put together just a show-go image for me, that's what resonates with me. Those are the things that I like to promote. I think those are things that are very hard to produce as we think about just the genetics of goats, and they're things that we can promote and improve on with these goats, and it doesn't deteriorate from their functionality and their value when they're placed back into production, as long as we're very careful about it and don't ask too much for the edges, if you will. And in this particular lineup, I think there's some different ways you can go. I don't have quite as much conviction, if you will, about there being a specific one that you just absolutely can't deviate from. But I do think that for me, there's one that just continues to grow confidence with me, and I think that makes this really, really fun to sort. So just to mention a few things about each one of them in this particular lineup. The first class of goats in this particular division had a pair of goats that there was just merely more of one of them than the other. More width, more skeleton, more spansion, more total dimension, and then a goat that stood behind it that was built a little better up front. And in the middle class of this particular division, we started with a doe that was just pizzazz and wow factor as you study the way lines transition in this one, a lot of handling quality. So man, we'd like to fix this one just a little in terms of her rear skeleton, and the dark goat that stood behind her certainly helped in that manner, and I think is a standout one in terms of structural correctness, but color works against this one in terms of total mass, and just comparatively that goat didn't blend quite as well for me, and I didn't think had quite the fancy posture to it that the goat that stood ahead of it. And then in our final class of this particular lineup, we had one that was being a rascal, and he's not now. Can y'all see what I see? Man, that's a cool looking goat. Look at the smile on his face. Patience pays off. That goat there, I think's just got a lot of really neat things about him. I love his length of hip. I love how bold he is in his foregrip. It doesn't come at the cost of a lot of extra coarseness, and that appeals to me. The goat that stood second behind him is one that I felt like just in terms of fundamentals. I heard a guy say the other day, blueprint of how you're supposed to put an animal together. Well, that's what that goat is that's in second, just not with the muscle extras and the handling quality extras of the one that we led the class off with. And so that's my mindset as I sorted through these. All it took was me turning around once to validate which one's my favorite. Dude, you're holding it. Hang in there with this one. Nicest goat in this division, in my opinion. I'll take one more look and then I'll shake the hand of your reserve. Thanks for your applause for these young people.
Congratulations to your medium weight division champion, Knox Burns, and reserve division champ, Colt Long. We are now going to start off your heavyweight class. We have 4 classes of those, and we will start with Kylie Morgan, Jackson Hokinson, Colt Long, Trip Hawkins, and Kendall Lockhart. So these people's names right now are on to showcase their skills on showmanship for the goats and lambs. We have Andrew Hokinson, Taylor White, Aaron Hartman, Lena Hartman, Adrian Hunt, Shad Nanus, Julie Joe, Misty Haskell, Jared Ledbetter, Jenny Pitts, Adam Clay, Rebecca Hokinson, Jeff Bird, Jake Burns, Seth Guston, Megan Burns, Dan and Rainwater, Kay White, and Tyler Miller. Remember, $10 gets your name off once, $100 gets your name off for good.
You know, to make the very best one, I understand more and more why each of these producers that are in this husbandry business of trying to make these show animals walk this really fine line. And there's a ledge where it's just not good anymore, and then there's the other side of it that's really exciting to look at. And formally, there's a lot of things that you can say about livestock to describe what you like, and then there's a time to just call a spade a spade. And this one here's on the edge. He's cobra-headed, and he's freaky-fronted, and he's cool-bodied, and his muscle texture is just over the top to touch him. I think he's got a lot of handling quality to him. Is he the best goat we've seen all day, or the best one we're going to see? I don't know. It's always fun to watch each of these kids bring them back in, but I can tell you he's an outlier in this class. I'd like to see him with a little more angle to his shoulder. He's certainly on the edge there, and I think he could cushion his pasterns a little better. But the bubble muscle that he has just exploding off the backside of his hip and the edges that he has to his loin, there's nothing in here that matches that. He just looks like a really stinking good one that needs to win a class. And how do you argue that image that he has posing out here? There's things about the goat that comes second that certainly lie more in my comfort zone, just as I study angles to joints and the way that they carry themselves in motion. This one's a little less trotty, got more range of motion, but a goat that to touch him just doesn't showcase that meat ample shape, the terminal merit, or the explosion and stand-up rack and loin edges that the goat that stands ahead of him does, but certainly one that's just got so many fundamental things to favor. And you couple that with your nice presentation of this goat, hey, you're in the top two in a really tough class in a county that has a wonderful reputation of producing high-quality livestock. That's something to be proud of, as is the painted up goat that the young lady holds in third. I've mentioned gender a few times, and I don't favor one versus the other, but I'll tell you, estrogen works to the disadvantage of this goat as you study it through his thigh. Just that smoother, more maternal type muscle that this one has is something that I think sorts this one third in a doe that's just got everything about it that you want to have as you place one in production. And impressively enough, in this market class, her feeding finesse has really offered a tremendous amount of handling quality to this particular individual, and she shows this one very nice as well. The goat that comes in fourth inspires me in so many ways. The young man presents this one and showcases that uphill look, a really angular front end, a goat that I think's got some shape and expression to him, versus those that stood ahead of him in this particular class. This one's not ready yet. He's one that futuristically I could just do some crazy things and move him up, because I think once this one puts just a little bit more of that adipose tissue on it, blends everything together, that maturity that might come with that one, this one can endure in a positive way. Fun to watch that one as he continues to grow. Nice job to you. We finished with a goat in this class that I think will turn your head. He certainly turns your head when you come in the ring, if for no other reason look at his manicure and his skin quality. A goat that touches really well. Structurally for me is where I move this one down. You do a nice job showing this goat. There's nothing you've done wrong. But as you study this one in his hind leg structure, he's just got too much angle. You couple that angle with a little less muscle, and you just got one that maybe doesn't fit together quite well, and you are in a class of horses out here. Nice job. You have a lot to be proud of that project. Let's give him a hand, please.
Congratulations to your first class of heavyweight winner, Colt Juan. Second, Kaylee Morgan. Third, Kendall Lockhart. Fourth, Jackson Hokinson. Fifth, Trip Hawkins. Next, we'll have our second class of heavyweights, Kendall Lockhart, Andrea Joe, Michael Guston, Mallory Joe, Trip Hawkins, Sam Guston, Emery Rainwater, and Aaron Cox. Again, please don't forget to go get your pictures taken and take advantage of Flying W's donation to that. They have donated the pictures there for digital imaging, so make sure you go take a picture of your project.
Walk in the best you know how. Don't hurry. Let's get to study. If the three of you that remain would set those goats up and just stand off of them, please. Keep their heads up and back. Don't move your two forward. Set them up. That's it. You'll be second, you'll be first. Well, if you want to know how to get a goat to 107 pounds and compositionally have them lean, expressive, and still youthful and attractive, ask him. Because that's exactly what he's accomplished with this one. If you haven't fed goats, I can tell you, when they decide they want to mature, which typically happens real soon after 100 pounds, there's not a whole lot you can do about it. And it can become really antagonistic on how we play this game. And uniquely, because of curve bending genetics and probably a very disciplined feed program, we've accomplished that feat with the one that stands out and wins this class. He doesn't just win this class for those reasons. He wins this class because he shows this goat well. He wins this class because this particular goat is the epitome of compositional correctness. I like those things about him very, very well. There's not a goat in this lineup that if you want to measure them in terms of true skeletal width and muscle, that's going to contend with the one that we start this class with. There's a goat that's neater at the point of his shoulder. There's a goat in this class that I think is a little cleaner in his joints. And that would be the young man's goat in second. I like those things about that goat. I think he's very, very impressive in terms of the way that he's put together right there. And I would also say he's one that's probably a little bit fresher at his hip loin hookup. But he's not as big pinned He's certainly not as massively muscled, and he's not as wide-based as you study this one at the ground. Boy, those are subtle criticisms of a goat that this young man's been very patient with to try to give us a look of here and there. And there's some really neat looks to admire about that particular individual. The goat that comes in third, a goat that I think there's a lot to talk about in this particular individual, and just in terms of functional structure, correctness of build, one that's got more than an adequate amount of muscle, but the extras aren't there. And man, that's frustrating. I've certainly been in this young man's shoes, because you could walk this goat into 10 other county shows and extras would just reek from him compared to those ahead of him. Two very unique individuals at the top of this class. A very, very solid goat that comes in third, and a very solid goat that comes in fourth. The one in fourth for me is the one that maturity begins to work to his disadvantage. He's a little longer bladed and deeper chested. And he's one that to touch him, he just doesn't blend quite as well, doesn't hinge quite as loose out of his hip and hock. And then we've got four final goats in this class that I think, look at this. You can't say that these young ladies haven't put their heart and soul into these projects. I think goats that are very, very good in their own regard when you just study good quality livestock that have been well tended to, that have been well fed, that have made extremely useful projects. I opted to go with the smaller of this particular group in fifth, and I did so for a reason. Compositionally, this goat has an advantage. There's more terminal merit in this one. And I think when you get to this weight per day of age, you've got to stop and ask yourself from a market and an industry standpoint, how are these goats going to dress out? How much of the weight is the buyer of this goat going to pay for that's going to be marketable product, and how much of it is just going to be offal? And I think that sorts these goats just as you study them in terms of their cavity and their fill, and for their frame size, how much do they have to go with of them that's going to be boneless, closely trimmed retail cuts. Let's give them all a hand as their excuse, please.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winners, Sam Guston. Second, Trip Hawkins. Third, Michael Guston. Fourth, Emery Rainwater. Fifth, Kendall Lockhart. Sixth, Aaron Cox. Seventh, Mallory Joe. And eighth, Andrea Joe. We will now have the final class of heavyweights, so make sure the previous two classes you get the first and second place coach ready, because we will do division champ right after that. Concluding the division champ, we will go straight into the grand and reserve champion. Then after that, we are going to do the showmanship. The way the showmanship will work is we will have the junior showmanship, grades 3 through 5, intermediate, grades 6 through 8, and grades 9 through 12 for the senior showmanship. Everybody qualifies that would like to enter that, so make sure you have your coach ready for that as well. Class 3 of heavyweights is Andrea Joe, Levi Crane, Michael Guston, Stormy Manus, Creeley Turner, Sam Guston, and Mallory Joe.
I've been to a lot of county goat shows, and by the time we get to goats to this weight, the quality and the cutability and the market value and the feeding discipline, if you will, has far plateaued. Yet here we go. We see these young people and their discipline and their willingness to source expertise and knowledge and experience to execute on exercise has produced a trio of goats, maybe even deeper than that in this particular class of goats that have reached this weight successfully and still continue to add value every pound that they've put on. Compliments to you guys. How about a hand for these young people and their execution on these things? The goat that starts, the goat that's second, the goat that's third. Very well presented goats, and I've emphasized that a few times throughout your show today, and I'll emphasize it here once more. There's no species that's more unforgiving of showmanship mistakes that I sort than these, and there's been some really high quality goats and some really close pairs all the way to the bottom of the classes today, where sometimes decisions have been made that have left you all scratching your head. And at the end of the day, you gotta have somebody on the head of these things that you have confidence in as a judge can bring them back to the final drive and represent that class or represent that division. And these three do that. And in pairs, I always want to, when possible, reward showmanship. Because I'm adamant and I'm convicted that we need people that stand ringside to recognize how much influence that these young people that we call exhibitors have an influence over their projects and their project success. It's not just the big things that we think of in terms of genetics or feed quality. It's so much more than that, and I think you three young people represent that really well. My hat goes off to you. How about a hand for all of your exhibitors today and the way that they've done those things so well? The weather goat that we start this class off with, number one, he's strikingly marked. He's one that's been sheared and put together here for the show today in a very favorable manner. Handling quality of this goat is at the forefront of my mind when I think about his reasons for winning. You couple that with the fact that his image on a profile is one that's round-bodied and tucked up, fancy to look at. He always holds himself together with a posture that makes you just want to stop and look at him a little bit longer. There's some details about him that I think make him a little bit of a challenge. As you just go, this is the absolute best thing I've seen. Well, yeah, I think just like in every class we've picked on some things about that. I wish his bone work matched his build up high a little bit better. He's not the biggest footed one for as massively muscled as he is. I think you couple that with the fact that as you study his joints, he's probably not the one that's the most pronounced and impressive in terms of the angle to his hock or the bend to his shoulder. Is his range of motion still acceptable? Well, sure it is. But I think those are some things about him that we could improve upon. The goat in second is the one that's really bigger forearmed and more correct in terms of his hip and hind leg build. I like those things about this goat really well. Just a really up-fronted, angular individual, but one to touch that just fades off the edge of his loin more. Not quite as fresh, if you will, from a handling perspective. Certainly not as opened up directly behind his shoulders as the goat that we start the class with. And those subtle things about this goat keep him a close second in a really challenging trio. The goat in third's one that probably is a favorite from ringside for some reasons that I would agree with you on. They're certainly an uphill individual, really strong in his top line. young man certainly brings out this one's best when you study from a side image perspective. But from the inside, a goat for me, that for as big as he is at the top of his shoulder, he doesn't transition that into his rack muscle. And then most importantly for me, I like a goat to have the appropriate turn to the outside of their thigh when you study him from the side. And if you look across the length of this goat's stifle, the plane of his stifle, he's shorter there, and he just doesn't give you that perspective of extra meat and shape and turn off the backside of his thigh, and that's very important to me. I think it's part of his build as you study him in his hip and hind leg. He's just a little shorter in his hip, a little straighter in his hock. There's some good things that come with that if you're trying to build a tail set a certain way, or if you just really want one to have some tone from behind. I think it works to his disadvantage versus the contenders that stood ahead of him here. The doe that comes in fourth, from the outside, she might rival anything in this class just in terms of overall width. But to touch her, and as you study her maturity pattern, adipose tissue and condition has begun to work and add to that width more than the red stuff, the meat that we're trying to produce. And I think compositionally, if there's anyone that's pushing some barriers here for me, she is. She's one that probably 5, 6, 7 pounds lighter, was a real head turner. You make her look her best out here without question. Certainly a big, thick, dense built individual that stands as a candidate in this class and has probably had a really fun show career. Nice going to you. The weather that comes next, if you want to build a blueprint for one that's just got the nuts and bolts and angles to make a good one, well, that one has those things. This one can go for days. This one's just not gauged wide enough and doesn't have that edge to its muscle texture that stands out like some that were ahead of him in this particular lineup. We finished with a couple of goats in this class. The one that's to my right here, this young lady's goat just needs to be stronger in his top line today. One that wants to just get a little more general in terms of his posture. It's a little bit of a distraction. You go, man, Judge, you're being picky. Well, you have to be when you sort livestock like this. We finished with a goat in this class that's the smoothest shouldered, the cleanest jointed, probably has as much range of motion. Everything about the center of this one says practical and productive, just needs more muscle mass to rival those that are ahead of it. Let's give them a hand as they're excused, please.
Your Class 3 heavyweight winner is Sam Guston. In second place, Stormy Manus. In third, Michael Guston. In fourth, Creeley Turner. In fifth, Levi Crane. In sixth, Audra Joe. And in seventh, Mallory Joe. We will now have your heavyweight division champion and reserve division champion. And again, if you do not want to take these goats home, Daryl Ferguson is going to be parked at the southeast end of the barn where he will pay $100 a head in a white Chevy. Go find him, and he will take those goats off your hand. So after this division champion, we will do your grand drive, followed by junior showmanship, intermediate showmanship, senior showmanship, and we're also going to do a peewee showmanship. If you have somebody that is second grade to 4 years old and they would like to show in here, please have them ready and have a goat, and then we will have the adult showmanship. On that list for the adult showmanship is Andrew Hokinson, Taylor White, Aaron Hartman, Lena Hartman, Adrian Hunt, Shad Manus, Julie Joe, Misty Haskell, Jarrett Ledbetter, Jenny Pips, Adam Clay, Rebecca Hokinson, Jeff Bird, Jake Burns, Seth Guston, Megan Burns, Danon Rainwater, Kay White, Tori Smith, Mackenzie Barnes. Again, if you want your name off of this list, come over here and pay $10 or $100 to not get it put back on.
Welcome the best you know how.
Well, a tremendous class setup here of heavyweight division goats, a division that I complimented in the final two classes going, man, this is a high level of discipline and genetics and feeding ability to be able to get goats to this weight and break the rules. Break the rules of typically what happens in maturity, what happens in the growth curve from a compositional standpoint, and if you think about fat and muscle comparison. Each of these individuals in this group, seconds included, certainly represent that to the highest degree. Let's show them we're proud of them. You know, if the goats that just pose with these freak show extras of front end build and the way everything's just tight and cute, adolescent and neat, and the way that they're put together up front, you're probably drooling over the goat that stands to my far left in this particular lineup, because the head shape and quality and the neck and the shoulder, the way the front end in this one is all tucked up, wow. What a neat set of pieces in this particular goat, and transitions it into a nice handle as well. In this particular lineup, he's a little dinky, but hopefully, if you've been ringside for very long, you know, it doesn't really matter how big they are. It's just which ones put the most good things together. And then the goat in the next class has one that kind of correlates with another lesson for me. And I had an individual that I respect tremendously that said, if your checks and balance system for structural correctness is when you ask these animals to go in motion. And when you can ask them to go in motion and their image in the profile, when they're posed like this, doesn't deviate much when they're set into motion, that's true structural correctness. That's exactly what the young man's holding with the goat from our middle class. I like those things about this goat very, very well. Is he as neat at the point of his shoulder? No. Is he a lot bigger and got a lot more mass? There's just not much like him if you really want to measure one in terms of total meat animal shape and dimension. His length of hip and the amount of total muscle, just three-dimensional muscle that he has, I think is tremendously impressive, even though he's not probably quite as bubble muscled or or clubby, if you will, in terms of the just slang words that we sometimes use to describe him. But I think a tremendous amount of product in this one. He carries it very, very well. Young man always gives us a nice look of that particular individual. The goat that stands directly behind me, I think he's similar to him in terms of type and kind. He's a bigger one, maturity, and maybe working on his front end just a little bit more. Really, really like that goat. If you study him just from the base of his body cavity up, just his rib cage and the curvature to his forehead, the way that he comes out of the back of his shoulder is better than the one that stands ahead of him. As I mentioned in class, his bone work probably doesn't match his build and his mass quite as much. His muscle shape, as you study him off the back side of his thigh, I wish we could add to the one in the middle. So my goodness, what a dilemma, right? You just have to pick your preference. And I've stood ringside enough to know that there's probably lots of favorites in a heavy division lineup like this, and I'm the lucky guy or the unlucky guy that you either get to agree with or disagree with today. But at the end of the day, I think it's very, very important that we promote livestock that go to a backdrop or go to the next show, and you don't have to worry about, man, did all the stars align today for this one to look his best, or is he what he truly is every single time, because he's genuine. The genuine animal, in my opinion, in this lineup, is this young man's here. He's going to be your division champion. Nice going to you. For as much as I want to use the most complete livestock, I also said early in the show that I want to use the ones with the most good, and I think uniquely in this particular lineup, you stand here now with a couple of goats at the front of the lineup that are similar, and then a goat that stands towards me here at the back of this particular lineup that's kind of more of an outlier, if you will. And so you have to ask yourself, well, which one of these checks the most boxes, or is the easiest to justify, or represents the image more like that of the one that we used to win? And I think for me, if I'm going to hang my hat on genuine and animals that just always give you a view that's appealing and correct, well, this guy here is going to be our reserve. How do you argue that? Nice going to him. Young man, you've got an outstanding goat today. Tremendously unique individual at the front of the line. Let's give them all a hand as they're excused, please.
Your heavyweight division champ is Sam Gustin, and your reserve division champ is also Sam Gustin. We will now have our grand drive. So we will need Sam Gustin, Knox Burns, Sam Gustin, and if you've got reserve, please be ready. Guys, again, we are so blessed and fortunate to live where we do and to have the tremendous support of all the donors and sponsors that we have. Second to none on that. So please be sure you come out on Saturday and make sure you support these kids and all their hard work. And we'd love to see your name up there at the top buyer multiple times if you would like it.
I mean, I could. I see them walking their pigs in fields. Like they're like they're in it.
Circle down there and use the horse. Big circle.
Walk them as slow and as good as you know. I know we're not in a hurry, but also know there's hogs to move in, and it's a good thing they got to get in here, and that they're a candid bunch of folks that are probably at some point going to say, come on, pick it up, Judge, or I'd stand here all afternoon, not because I need to make a decision, but just because these six are really fun to look at. Let's give these young people a hand for a job well done. You know, there's plenty of times that you find yourself having to compromise in order to arrive at what's the one you want to promote in a class, but there's not a lot of compromise out here. And for you young people that unfortunately maybe didn't get to make it out here into this lineup, I have a couple of messages for you, and I hope you'll hear them out, because there's nothing but your best interest in mind in this. And that is, if you find yourself disgusted or frustrated or disappointed, is it because you're really competitive, or is it because maybe your goals were different this year? And at the end of the day, there's a lot of successful goals to set in this livestock show arena, besides just finding yourself in this final champion drive. There's the learning experience behind it, there's the friendships behind it, there's the hands-on opportunity that I consider a huge blessing to get to be a part of stewarding God's creation. And so make sure you check those boxes first. And then you have a choice to make. You can either stay disgusted and go, man, I'm just not good enough, or you can allow these goats and these 6 individuals and whatever team's behind them to make you better. And I think that's the beauty of this county, and that's why it has the heritage behind this show of always being so competitive, is because there's always somebody at the front making everybody else better, and those that were behind that year either choose to partner up with them and learn from them, because everybody around here is willing to share and teach, and everybody around here is willing to learn more than they're taught. Don't let that go by the wayside and get caught in the dust that gets kicked up behind in a champion drive. Stop and experience the moment. Build relationships. Learn from your mistakes. Ask questions. Those are the things that make this really, really fun. The other thing that I think is very relevant to say in this moment, in this community, is you young people that are a part of this community, more than most, get a lot of first-hand witnessing experience and opportunity to learn about where your food comes from. Using progressive production practices, using some of the most curve-bending genetics, generations of knowledge, and greatest technology on the face of this earth. And whether you choose to go into that industry or not, you have an obligation to advocate for it, and to advocate for the food that we produce here in the United States, because if you don't, you're going to be eating somebody else's, and things are going to become a mess. And we need to tell our story, and you always need to seize in the most friendly and genuine manner possible the opportunity to share about what you've witnessed growing up here in this wonderful place. This is a great group of goats. I won't go back through and describe them again. I have a couple that are my favorites. I just think they're very, very, very good. And if you happen to be on the head of one of them, savor the moment. Because the one thing you can know for sure about agriculture is there's some things that are out of your control. And if you want to get a taste of that, just stock show for a little while. Because you don't get to choose the markets if you grow corn. And you certainly don't get to control the judge if you're stock showing. We got our own ideas, and it's a different day every day. You got the champion, my friend. Way to go. Without question, this is going to be our reserve. Nice job to you.
Your grand champion goat will be Sam Guston, and your reserve grand champion, Knox Burns. All right, now we start the showmanship division. We're going to start with junior showmanship, then go to intermediate showmanship, senior showmanship, and then we're going to add a peewee showmanship, anyone that is 2nd grade to 4 years old, and then we will have your adult showmanship. I will get through the intermediate showmanship, and that will be your last chance to buy off of this adult list. I will read it off here in a second.
I'll be a little more brief here at the onset of our goat showmanship than I was our sheep showmanship, because I've tried to express a few of my opinions and preferences about showmanship as we went along. But out of fairness for you young people and those that want to be a student of the game and sneak in here and kind of see what the judge is going to lean towards because you're hungry to get a showmanship buckle, I'll go ahead and make a few comments. So in addition to making sure that their feet and legs are placed correctly and that we're holding their head up, that we're making them brace, there's some other things that I think, in my opinion, are every bit as important in how we show these goats. And so I should probably first confess that I'm a sheep guy. I'm a sheep guy at heart. And so a lot of my preferences when it comes to goats kind of spill from the sheep deal. And I see a lot of times, and I'm going to be careful with my words here, I see a lot of times that a halter or a collar on these goats does a whole lot more bad than it does good, because the goat's choking, it's poking into them, they're pulling away, it's uncomfortable, and I'm like, man, why don't they just grab the head of that goat and get in front of him and show him? And I mean that. There's times for you young people that if that rascal's pulling away from you or sidewinding, you got to stop and think, well, I must be aggravating that goat. There's something I'm doing that's causing this problem. And so probably what it is you're adding too much pressure with that collar or that halter on that animal, and you need to put these hands that God gave you to work, because they're more gentle and they have the ability to be more gentle in showing these goats. Second thing, you can't show a goat standing beside him. You got to stand in front of him. See this guy right here? He's right in front of that goat. That goat's happy about it. Works really, really well. Checks and balances system at our house, when we're working in the barn, if we're positioned correctly in front of that goat and everything's going right, we can take our hands away and that animal stays right there. Their head may move a little bit, but the rest of them stays right there because we're supporting that goat in front of us, and then our hands become so much more useful to place their heads, control the top line, to move a leg, whatever it is that we need to do. And so that can't happen if we're holding them up off the ground. That can't happen if we're standing beside them. If you do those things and you do them right, their top lines are going to be level. They're not going to be fighting. Their head's going to be coming directly, or their neck's going to be coming at a 90-degree angle up off of their shoulder, and they'll be still. So I'd like to see y'all stand beside them, in front of them instead of beside them. I'd like to see you use your fingertips and your hands in conjunction with your halter or your collar, because it'll help you. And then most importantly, and this isn't up to the ring help to do this, you should always position your goat where the judge can walk all the way around them. So this guy's done that really well. Right now, I can walk all the way around this goat, and I don't impede on anything else. That means that I can see any view of that goat that I want to see. And so each one of you need to do that. You need to do that on your own. And hopefully I'll turn around and y'all all be moving out away from the fence so that I can walk all the way around your goat, okay? So that's some feedback for you. I love to see these goats walk well. I've made some really big decisions today while these goats have been walking. A lot of judges are going to do that, so you need to rehearse those things at home. Let's give these young people a hand for coming out and competing. It was their choice to do that. Bring it back around over here on the side.
You got it, buddy.
These forward and half circle. Come back. Bring them around. We'll park them back on the side view right here. Use the whole way. There you go. Okay, we're going to do
All the way up.
being the father of young children, I know that sometimes showmanship rehearsal in the barn can get intense. And that's where we learn how to get along with one another, and that's where we learn how to take direction. It's where we learn how to get uncomfortable so we can get better. And I want to emphasize something here. Okay? Don't put your mom and dad in the situation where they got to bring somebody else in to give you advice that they just got done giving you because somebody else knows more than mom and dad. I'm telling you, your moms and dads would love the opportunity for you to take their advice and for you to respect them and realize that they're very observant, and whether they've ever showed a goat or not before, because they're very observant, they're there to help you. And you can't win showmanship and get better unless you're willing to take advice from your mom and dad, stay calm, expect that things aren't always going to go well, and when they don't go well, endure it and keep it together and keep a level head, because that's what's going to help you get better. And there's a few of you out here today that things have not gone as well for, and you've kept a really level head, and I think that's cool. This young man's one of those, and I'm telling you, he's probably getting real close to his wit's end, but he's just holding it together. And I know what that's like, and I know what it's like to have to hold it together when you really want to do well. For those of you down here, you're standing down there going, man, I kept my eye on the judge. I walked my goat well. Why did he go ahead and place me? Well, we've got a few more steps to take. We've got to make them drive. We've got to get in front of them, and we've got to hold their head the right way. And so we've got this cool thing called the internet now, and the only thing I use the internet anymore for is just to look at livestock pictures. It's contagious, and you can watch kids that do well and how they hold them, and you can go back to videos and live streams of shows and see what these kids do well. Be a student of the game and learn from them and learn how they do it. Look at the kids that beat you and see what they're doing right, and position yourselves the way that they do, and that's what makes this really fun. I'm done with advice. There's an individual that's still standing out here that's consistent. Just dead on consistent and always doing a lot of things really right, being very poised, calm, collected. Their goats handled him very, very well. Made a few mistakes just like everybody else, but not big mistakes. This guy's pretty good, don't y'all think? Let's give him a hand for that well done today. This young man's going to be second. When you get your goat right, you make him look really, really good. Okay? Once you get him right, we just got to figure out how to keep him on the ground and keep those things going the right way. And when you and this goat cooperate with one another and he figures out this whole collar thing, you guys are forced to be reckoned with. Congratulations to each and every one of you on a job well done.
Your junior showmanship winner is Michael Gustin, second is Nash Morris, and third is Knox Burns. Let's give them all a round of applause. Next in, we'll have intermediate showmanship.
These four do a nice job, and I'd like to give a little microphone feedback for each one of the four of them. Not to be critical, to be helpful, and hopefully by calling it out on the microphone, if you're standing ringside, maybe it'll be helpful for you, or maybe you're their coach, and then it'll be helpful for them. And so, for instance, the young man with the painted goat up here at the front, love his position in front of the goat. Love how he never allows the collar to distract the goat, choke the goat, make the goat uncomfortable, pull away. He uses it as a useful tool, not as a crutch. I like that a lot. In this very moment, what would I change about his showmanship? Well, he's at the front of the line, so when I'm back here, I get a really awkward angle of that goat. And so I think it's important for you as a showman to have the awareness to go, man, why won't I hide a good one, right? Because every one of you got a good one, something you're proud of. So you need to have that goat positioned in a manner that the judge can see it and that it fits in the lineup, and that the judge doesn't have to completely reposition themselves in order to get the angle that he wants, that it blends in, just exactly like that. Young lady that stands behind you, I love your eye contact. Cool, calm, collected, poised. Once again, you puts her hands to work. It's not all about a halter or a collar. The goat's comfortable, the goat's still. You just got to transition more to the front of that goat so that goat will drive and offer some terminal merit and some tone. Atta girl, look at that. These kids are not scared to try new things and to conform in the moment. Young man that stands there with the doe, done a nice job showing all day. I think I made the comment on the microphone earlier that he brings out the best in that doe and makes some of the issues that I have with that doe really subtle. Just offers a tremendous amount of presence. When he shows this doe, there's a few things that stick out in my head that I'd like to fix. One of them is hind leg stance. So we know that the hip and hind leg in this doe is likely a weakness. And if there's any one pose of this doe that he kind of lets slip every once in a while, it's hind leg stance. And I think on her, you sure enough want to have those hind legs squared up to make that less of an issue. The other thing, and probably the thing that sticks out to me the most, nearly every time I walk by him, I hear that doe grumbling. She's maybe on the verge of choking or coughing. You can tell that the pressure that he's adding with that halter is just enough that we're about this far away from that doe moving. And that slows things up just you have to remember that the biggest decisions are made at the end of the class, so if you use all the gas too early and all their cooperation too early, you come up a little bit short. And I think, I don't pick on you about that. I've noticed that you've taken the collar off now. I don't know why you did, but I'm here to tell you, if you leave it on, that's fine. Just don't use it as a crutch, use it as a tool. Young man down here on the end, you're not going to beat his intensity. When you look at him and he looks at you, he's begging for it. You can tell he cares about the decision. You can tell he cares about why he's out here and what he wants to do. And there's just a few little things we can change in the way that he's doing this that just catapult him to the next level. So watch this. If I tell him to take this foot and point it directly out there where the judge stands, and get his knee and put it right out here on the shoulder, and stand in front of that goat. Get in front of that goat all the way, all the way, all the way, all the way, all the way. Put that foot right there. Stand square. Cradle that goat in between your thighs, okay? When he does that, that goat, once he stops pulling forward, that goat is just going to lunge into him and double in terms of muscle and handling quality. And that's where you need to work on things just a little bit. So that's my feedback here in this particular group. My decision was made before I grabbed the microphone, and it was going to take a radical change for me to change my mind on that. I think the beautiful thing about it is every comment that I plan to make, they conform to it. That's character. Give them a hand. You're going to be first. Nice job.
Your intermediate showmanship champion is Sam Guston, second is Colt Wong, and third is Mallory Job. We now have our senior showmanship. All right, you're getting down to the last of getting your name off. I'm going to read this list off one more time. We have Andrew Hokinson, Taylor White, Adrian Hunt, Shad Manus, Julie Joe, Misty Haskell, Jarrett Ledbetter, Jenny Pitts, Rebecca Haskison, Jeff Bird, Jake Burns, Dan and Rainwater, Tori Smith, Mackenzie Burns, Debbie Crane, Diana Stewart, and Whitney Gillum. Again, last chance to come get your name off for $10 or $100 to not let somebody put it back on.
marking kind of where you are, but anyway.
A difficult class of showmanship to sort, and so much so that not just because of the numbers in here, the numbers for me is a breath of fresh air. It's the end of the day, and you guys have probably been taking care of your own animals, and because of your age, you've been helping with somebody else's, and you're probably balancing a million other things at school, and you want to come out and compete in showmanship and finish the show, and I think that's cool. Let's commend them for their extra effort. With that being said, I watch each and every one of you, and I've made it very clear throughout the day and in the showmanships previous how I want you to stand and how we get them shown and what your posture needs to be and what my favorite things about showing them are and what my pet peeves are and things like that. And some of you kind of conform to that, and some of you are still struggling there. Some of you are really, really close to getting it right, but just haven't got them to drive yet. Like this guy down here on the end, like he's got it. Like he's on the verge of just whipping everybody's tail in showmanship with his intensity and his poise, the way he sets the feet and legs on this goat. Just doesn't get the goat to lock in and drive for him. And when he gets that, the top line will come up in the goat, and I'm telling you, he's a contender. And there's comments like that I could make about so many of you. But at the end of the day, you guys and your maturity above all else gives you the ability to learn faster, improve faster, be more observant, ask more questions, and make big changes quick. So for your age group, experience level should have less of an influence on how well you do things because you have the capacity to improve quicker. And so I say that because I want you to rise to that occasion, okay? Be that person that does that and be a student of the game. Ring awareness. Final deciding factor for me in arriving at a champion, because there's nothing more important as a showman than knowing where the judge's eyes are. Not where the judge is, but where the judge's eyes are and what view he's asking for. This young lady caught on to it. I wanted a front view of these goats, but I wasn't just going to go stand in front of them. And she said, man, he wants to see the front of my goat. She's going to be your champion. She did a lot of things really, really well today. I appreciate that about her. A little closer for me between second and third in this particular group. I don't know that I really like the whole lift thing in order to get them to lock in and drive. She makes it work for her, and she gets his feet back down on the ground, and she brings out, I think, more of the strengths in her particular goat than anybody else that remains in this lineup. I like the things that she's working towards. I think she produces a great image. She's going to be second. You young lady are going to be third today. Nice going to you. Let's give them all a hand.
Your senior showmanship champion will be Kylie Morgan. In second, Aaron McDaniel. And in third, Veronica Ballou. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, we have Pee Wee coming out, and then these adults need to be back there getting their animals ready. Unless you run to the table really quick and get something paid off, we are up next with you guys. This is the last of the list. Andrew Hokinson, Taylor White, Adrian Hunt, Shad Manus, Julie Joe, Misty Haskell, Jarrett Ledbetter, Jenny Pitts, Rebecca Haskinson, Jeff Bird, Dannon Rainwater, Tori Smith, Mackenzie Barnes, Debbie Crane, Diana Stewart, Whitney Gillum, and Jocelyn DeVillers. New to this year as well, the champion Pee Wee Showman gets a buckle. So it's the coolest buckle we have is what I'm told.
You can go if you want.
Best bunch all day, right? Yeah. I wish I could just take up donations right now and get a whole bunch of belt buckles, because this will either be the most or the least popular decision that I make all day. But before I make that decision, I want to thank you. I want to thank you on behalf of all of these kids for supporting this event, for advocating for little kids to get to come out here and do this and promote it. We got to do better at that, and we got to do better at that, and it begins at the county level, and it's important. And so I love the generosity of this community, and I love witnessing that. It's fun to grow up nearby and to see why success is consistently produced here. It's been fun to work with each and every one of you young people. I'm grateful for the opportunity to get to step in today in an unfortunate circumstance, and I thank you for your grace. I want you to know that from the bottom of my heart, the decisions that I made today were decisions that I took very seriously. My kids do this. They're here today. Once again, I load my wife and family and say, hey, let's run over and watch a show for a little bit. And my wife's thinking in the back of her head, just for a little bit, right? Because that's the way these livestock things always go. And here we are, nearly 4 o'clock, and I'm still smelling the roses. I always like to wait till the very end to point her out and to show my appreciation to her, because that way everybody gets to be really candid, right? And then I get to hear all the feedback that I didn't get to hear from inside the ring. But she's allowed me to be gone from our family over the years to many different states doing this and supporting these young people. I love it, and my kids love it, and I hope each and every one of you love it. Let's give a big hand for all of these kids, and then I'll pick the recipient of our buckle today.
Once again, as he leaves out, I can tell you that Shelby and I have been taking, and Kendall have been taking notes, because if we have to have a goat judge next year, you guys are in good hands. But Dustin stepped in the mid of an emergency, and we truly appreciate that. So let's give him a round of applause for doing that. And now the fun parts. As we sit here and I hear a lot of parents, and it's fun because we're the same way of being critical of how the kids show. Now we get to really see how they can show. So I cannot wait to watch this group come in. We're going to have a couple of the senior showmen do the judging and see what these parents have. Again, I'm going to read this off one more time. That way you know who's in the ring, and let's get this thing rolling. Andrew. Your senior championship showmanship are your judges. So we have Andrew Hokinson, Taylor White, Adrian Hunt, Shad Manus, Julie Joe, Misty Haskell, Jarrett Ledbetter, Jenny Pitts, Rebecca Hoskinson, Jeff Bird, Dannon Rainwater, Tori Smith, Mackenzie Barnes, Debbie Crane, Diana Stewart, Whitney Gillum, and Jocelyn DeVillers.
What's your name? I'm Dr. Haskell, Superintendent for Channing ISD.
And what's your sheep's name?
His name is Oreo.
What's your name? And what's your sheep's name? What's your name? And what's your goat's name?
I'm gonna call him Buster.
Okay. What's your name?
Mr. Oakinson. This is Foghorn Leghorn.
What's your name?
Julie Joe.
And what's your goat's name?
This is Nugget.
What's your name?
Adrian Hunt. Chicken.
What's your name?
Megatron.
Megatron, alright.
Jarrett.
Prince.
Whitney. Buckwheat.
All right, I think we have a lot of great showers in the ring today, a lot of competitive and youthful spirits here today, and they're really excited to be here, and you can just really tell how much gumption and ambition they have just by the creative of the names and the positions each of them have their goats or sheeps in. And we're gonna start off our showmanship by having y'all do a certain pattern with your animals. So we're gonna start with this end, and you're gonna go around, and then they're gonna go around you, and you're gonna do kind of a, what's it called? Not, oh, that's a good idea, but it's more of a, like this, and then they go in and like, oh, that's a horrible drawing, I'm sorry. Yeah, like a hypnotizing thing where you just go in a circle and then get smaller and smaller and smaller, like that. A spiral. Thank you. Yes. So go ahead and start walking, go on the outside and follow along.
Grab it with this hand. I think we should just turn them away so you'll catch them. Mine catch them. Go in smaller and smaller.
So whenever we're going to decide who's going to be doing the symmetrical swimming or whatever that thing's called, we know we're not going to ask these people to do a configuration because this is not exactly a success. I would not call this a success, but they are trying, and why don't we give them a round of applause for that. Gotta run away. We would expect more from our ag teacher, but that's all right.
Okay, everyone is looking great right now. But now it's time to play out for the real test. We want you to switch animals with someone.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No. He didn't want to participate anymore. That's okay. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
I feel like how that guy looks right now.
All right, so we're gonna give this lady right here first place for showmanship.
Retirement prize.
And the lady in the brown over here is second place. And you're welcome. So they left their fast decision on committing.
I'll go with the superintendent of training ISD.
I do not go to Channing, by the way.
I feel crazy. They're going to do a rebound. Yeah.
All right, we appreciate everybody participating, even if it was against your will. And congratulations to all that won.
Congratulations to all exhibitors today. Again, remember that Daryl Ferguson will be sitting on the southeast end of the barn.